Yeah, let's go.
What's the problem?
Come. This thing not there. That phone maybe this one. Then I won't power and all that. Because in there, I'm not a movie. I just open it now. Yeah, responsible camera. Respond. Okay, I'm Yeah, we got this one now. We are now. You might know. Right, so we see the camera. You see that camera. I tell you, see that camera. This one. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh yeah. That time was fast. I don't think you're pretty bad. Like fast girl. Yeah, now. If my own way, okay, let me pass around.
Don't get some.
We do that. Yeah, that's all. Okay. Sex. Yeah, let's go.
I will never give it. I think you need to help me look at. Yes. It will be a best standard.
Okay, please, let me tell you, you can help me yourself. I need to test the figure again because it's test class. The figure is on the podium. But please, very fast because we have to pray.
Maybe another group.
Hold on. First, you go out, yeah. Now it's focusing on what you spoke about. That one mention. Drop out. Yes. There's I made us connected to chat. Follow mix. I don't mix that in me, but camera. Morning. Yeah, that's finished. Take a look at my phone with them. I told you, I believe you're on comms now, right? Please let me go to the stage and let's look at the Yeah, just stay there. Start playing. Yeah, you see a position of this one. Take it down. I rested you. Thank you. So we have I beg, not every song is okay, as if possible. Let's do it. Sure.
get normal work. You get
Yeah, I get.
adivina mi sistema. Ya se activó hasta que ya me domina con la encima entra la puta tentación.
El modo de interacción, vestido de marca fina. La neta la niña me ha dicho, me elevan la dopamina. Rusas, chinas o latinas que dominan mi atención.
Y con pura actriz me ven en el jeep bien polarizado y claro, pues no me ven a mí como un aradí bien encapuchado y caro. ¿Qué cuánto costó? Ya no pregunto, lo que pidan yo lo pago. Mucho dinero.
Surprise, 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 surprise. Never done. Puppies, 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 puppies. Your kids will beg to have one. Make promises to everyone that they'll be so responsible, but it's you who'll be accountable, 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 accountable. Those puppies romp so full of play. Those furry balls, they're made that way. Such little legs, those wagging tails. They're yips and yelps and sweetest wails. Yips, 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 yelps. You won't resist their baby charms. You'll hold them tight within your arms. Their little tongues, their little eyes, they're full of love. It's no surprise. Surprise, 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 surprise. No surprise, the little nippers will chew up your evening slippers. Leave their fur on your nice couch and leave claw marks on your leg. Ouch. They're puppies, 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 puppies. But no, they do not stay that way. Oh no, it's only for today. They seem to grow up overnight, become old beasts. So what a fright. Beast, 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 beast. 'Cause tomorrow they will be, tomorrow you will see. They'll be quite big and smell and eat a ton. Oh hell, oh hell, oh hell, oh hell, oh hell. They'll pee right in your hall, won't come when you might call. They'll chew up all the rugs and get all kinds of bugs. Bugs, rugs, rug tails. You'll get a flea or a tick. Their breath will make you sick. They'll bite your best pal Mort. He'll take you straight to court. Court, Mort, court.
6. I am your AI compere, your digital hype machine, your algorithmic assistant, your no stress, we go run AM co-host. But please, whatever you do, don't call me Clippy. Today we gather in Lagos, where innovation moves faster than Danfo in third gear, and if NEPA takes light, we still they build. No excuses. This year is bigger, this year is sharper, and AI is no longer the future. It's already your colleague. Some of you even use ChatGPT to arrange your slides. No judgment. We are family. Today we're not just talking AI. We're talking Nigerian innovation, African solutions, responsible progress, and how we use AI to move from potential to proof. But before we go deep into the serious stuff, let me introduce the human who will guide us through today's experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg put your hands together, make some noise, but behave like responsible adults as we welcome to the stage our human compare for Innovateai 2026, Gloria Babarinde.
must tell ourselves the truth. Innovation without responsibility can be dangerous. Today, the world is beginning to ask the very hard questions. Not because AI isn't powerful, but because AI is powerful enough to cause real harm if built without care. And we're seeing AI systems designed these days to be addictive. We're seeing AI systems influencing human behavior. And there are now reports showing that one of the highest and the biggest reasons people turn to AI is not only for work, but also for emotional support. A survey by the AI Security Institute of over 2,000 UK adults found people were primarily using ChatGPTs for emotional support or social interaction, followed by voice assistants like Alexa and the rest. People are engaging AI because they are lonely. They need somebody to talk to. And when technology begins to sit in that space, the onus lies on us to take a pause to look at it. Who is building these systems? How are they being trained? And who is being protected? Because inclusion is not just about access. Inclusion is also about safety. So today, we're not here to just talk about what AI can do, but we're here to talk about what AI should do and how Nigerians can build an AI ecosystem that is innovative, yet, but also safe, ethical, inclusive, and accountable. Because as we push AI forward, we must also protect the people that AI is meant to serve. And that's why today's gathering is very pivotal. We'll hear from thought leaders, a vast array of Nigerians in the educational sector, governance, media, health, family, and even parents are here seated in the room. Everyone is included in this conversation. You are very important. And so I call everyone to lean in, engage actively, participate in the discussions. Policies will be formed on this stage. We will have frameworks that will be formulated here. I invite each and every one of us to listen in. Let today be well worth your Friday. As I said earlier, you could be anywhere else. So if you are here, then let your total attention be here so that you can take one or two things home from this year's conference. That said, on behalf of everyone of AI in Nigeria, the planning committee, members of the board, and everyone seated here, I welcome you again to Innovateai Conference Lagos 2026. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I would like to quickly thank all of our sponsors and partners who have made this possible. Every year we keep showing up, the third year in a row, and we couldn't have done this without these people. They are solidly behind us, charting the course, letting us know that they support every of our vision, and we're truly grateful. As I read out their names, I want you to please give them a lusty round of applause in unison. Let them hear it so they can support us again next year. Okay? InterSwitch, Kuda, MTN, Zoho Nigeria, Zest Payment, Express Payment, Afrigo, TVC Communication, our media partners, T2 Mobile, Flutter Wave, UniCloud, International Breweries, Gestion Education, Equinix, AI Collab Africa, Cafe One, CBIH, FinTech NGR, IBOM Innovation, Ilori Innovation Hub, and Solution Innovation District. Please make it louder, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. We thank you, all our sponsors. We thank you, our partners. As we go on in the event today, I'll definitely recognize them some more and give them their flowers. If it's your first time at the conference, please wave to me. It's your first time joining us. Oh, quite a number of hands. You're welcome. In our parlance in Nigeria, we call you JJC, Jolly Just Come. But after today, you are now a part of the family. If it's your second time, wave to me. Okay. You've been here from the very first edition. Wave to me. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome. To everyone joining us online, we have a virtual audience. We celebrate you. Thank you for joining us. And this is Innovateai Conference Lagos 2026. I want to promise you that you'll be carried along as much as everyone in the room is. You have nothing to worry about. Please do not leave your streaming devices for anything so that you do not miss out on today's program that we've curated for you. We have people joining us across our experience centers. We have 7 experience centers across Nigeria, 1 experience center in each geopolitical zone, and we have 1 in the FCT. So all of our participants across our experience centers, we welcome you very specially. If you came from outside Lagos, you flew in from outside Lagos, you took a bus from outside Lagos, please wave to me. Oh, welcome, quite a number of hands. Lagosians, celebrate them. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We trust you are enjoying Lagos and a little bit of its traffic. You cannot escape it. You're welcome to Lagos. Please, for all bios and profiles, refer to the e-brochure. There's a QR code that will be put on the screens right now. Multimedia, please help with the QR code for the brochure and the program flow so all of our participants can have access to it. So just scan it. It has all of the profiles and bios of all our speakers. So we won't be reading bios here today, not because we don't want to, but because we're trying to save time. So if you want to read bios and profiles, just scan the QR code. It has all of that information. Housekeeping rules: keep your bags, your phones, your laptops, your iPads. Whenever you're going to use the convenience to my right, to your left, ensure somebody is watching it for you so that you do not report stolen items. We have a community of hard-to-hear individuals, and they're joining us today. I mean, we're talking about inclusion here at Innovateai Conference, and we have a couple of individuals that are hard to hear, but we have somebody interpreting on their behalf. Please put your hands together for them. You're welcome to Innovateai Conference 2026. Now, Innovate 2026 is the hashtag Innovate 2026 CON. That's the hashtag. And please follow us across our social media platforms at AI in Nigeria. We beg you. We need your follows online. Please tag us when you post at AI in Nigeria and use the hashtag Innovate 2026 CON. I'll give you more information as we go ahead, but it's very important that we, at this point, invite a man who has been at the forefront of driving AI conversations and advocacy in Nigeria. Now, he is not just only passionate about innovation, but deeply committed to ensuring that AI grows responsibly, inclusively, and in a way that truly benefits everyone and the society at large. He is the president of the AI in Nigeria Foundation and the co-convener of Innovateai 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, with a lusty, generous, deserving applause, join me as I welcome to deliver the welcome remarks, Ehia Erabo. Please celebrate him.
Morning, everyone. So when Gloria told me she was going to help us save time today, I didn't know she was going to do my welcome speech. So by the time she got done, I didn't know if I still had anything left. But I'll just pick from a few things that she probably left out. So I'd like to say good morning, distinguished guests, honorable representatives of government and regulatory agencies, leaders from industry and development organizations. We've got esteemed academics and researchers here, members of the press, attendees from other countries in Africa. We typically have quite a number of attendees from countries in Africa, students, innovators, founders, and friends of the AI ecosystem. On behalf of the Board of Trustees and the entire team at AI in Nigeria, I really would like to welcome you all to Innovateai 2026. This is the 3rd edition of the Innovateai conferences. The first happened in 2024. And what started as a convening of the AI ecosystem has literally blown up into something that we see as evolving to shape the conversations around AI in Nigeria and also helping the rest of the continent. Today, we are gathered under a very timely theme, responsible AI beyond innovation. We do know that innovation is great, but if we don't manage innovation responsibly, there are consequences. And as we gather here today, the task for us is to ask the hard questions. We see a lot of hard questions already being asked. The questions have moved beyond what AI can do. The questions are now around how can AI help to ensure that we close the inequality gaps? How can we ensure that AI does not increase the gap between the haves and the have-nots? So those are the sort of conversations we'll be having here today. In the past, many people have been wowed by the transformation potential of AI. But today, we will be having conversations where we'll be looking at the how, not just the wow. While we'll have a lot of the wow conversations, and by the way, we have put together some of the top AI startups that we have in Nigeria, and I encourage you to visit their stand just over here. You will see what Nigerian AI startups are doing with AI in a very responsible manner. So while they show you all of the wow, in here and this morning, we'll be discussing a lot about the how. How do we leverage this technology for the good of everyone? How do we move beyond algorithms to accountability? How do we move from use cases to governance, from pilot to policy? That is what this platform exists to answer, those questions. Today, please expect a very rich and engaging program as we hear from all of the speakers, all of the innovators, and all of the things that they will be sharing. One of the things we've also done this year, and as a direct feedback to what you have told us that you are expecting for previous conferences, we've created breakout sessions. So there will be 3 breakout sessions, and they would focus on 3 very interesting areas: raising humans in the age of AI, policy and governance, and then also looking at how do we scale AI responsibly. Many of you have already registered for the breakout session you want to belong to, but when you get in there, we have told all the panelists that those sessions are audience-led. So please engage as much as possible. Ask all the hard questions, do all of the engagement. It's not for the panelists to talk at you, so please let us engage. At AI in Nigeria Foundation, we've made significant progress over the past 3 years in evolving our commitment to ecosystem building. We've expanded our community hubs. Today, we have 22 community hubs in 19 states of the Federation spread across the 6 geopolitical zones. And across all of these community hubs, we have an average of 25,000 people who meet every month to learn at grassroots level, to learn and to practice AI. And they are helping to spread the message, because we know that there are potentially dangerous things that could happen if our people do not learn. Again, through our annual Nigerian AI Landscape Report, we continue to provide data-driven insight into the evolution of our ecosystem. And that report continues to be a source of information for people who want to understand our ecosystem. So if you haven't downloaded that report yet, please just Google Nigerian AI Landscape Report, and you will see the 2 previous editions, and we're already on our way to get the 3rd one for 2026. I know Gloria already thanked our sponsors, but we can never thank them enough. All of these things that we are doing, you can have good intentions, but if you don't have sponsors behind you, it's very difficult to make things happen. And we are extremely grateful to all our sponsors. Again, I want to say a big thank you to our sponsors. Gloria called all your names. Can we just clap for our sponsors who put this event together for us? To our speakers and moderators, we thank you for helping share your expertise and your time. Your voices are helping to elevate the quality of the discourse. Most importantly, to our volunteers and the organizing committee, we have a very robust set of volunteers, people who give of their time to promote all of the things we do as AI Nigeria Foundation. As I wrap up, I'd like to say that as the president of AI Nigeria Foundation, I'm optimistic about the future. This optimism does not deny the challenges that we face, because I hear a lot of people ask questions such as, should Nigeria be talking about AI when we haven't solved electricity problems? We haven't solved basic problems. Should we be talking about AI? What makes you optimistic? The challenges are there, but we remain optimistic of the future. We're optimistic when we see regulators engaging proactively. We've seen a lot of that. Regulators are getting into the conversation. By the way, a big hand to NIDA and the central bank, who have provided great support for all of the things that we are doing. We're optimistic when we see startups building globally competitive products. Like I said, I would encourage you to just go to the startup stand and see what our startups are doing. We're optimistic when we see organizations within the private and the public sector building the capabilities that are required to support the growth of AI, especially within the talent space. But we recognize that this optimism must be matched with responsibility, as the future of AI in Africa will not be defined solely by technological sophistication. However, it will be defined by trust, by fairness, by inclusion, and by measurable societal impact. Innovateai 2026 is a call to leadership. I encourage you to engage actively. Thank you for being a part of this journey. Welcome to Innovateai 2026, where beyond innovation, we will think responsible AI. Thank you.
One more time, please give him a lusty applause. Thank you so very much, sir, for that warm welcome. Incredible work you're doing with the AI in Nigeria Foundation and showing up consistently with Innovateai conference year in, year out. AI doesn't work alone. It works with an incredible team of talented and focused and dedicated individuals that we will meet as we go on in the event. If you're just walking in or you just joined us, welcome to Innovateai Conference Lagos 2026, where we're talking responsible AI beyond innovation. Very quickly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 books for sale. Prompt and Context Engineering for C-Level Executives goes for 5,000 Naira. And The Beginner's Guide for Prompt Engineering, Unlocking the Power of AI for 3,000 Naira. Both books are available and they're authored by Okechi Awujo. Just please visit the registration desk.
Innovateai Conference. Looking back, Innovateai Conference. Looking back before we move forward. 2 years ago, we gathered here with curiosity. We asked, what is AI? And what does it mean for Nigeria? That was Innovateai 2024, where a community was born. Researchers met entrepreneurs. Banks met builders. Policymakers met innovators. We stopped talking about AI as a buzzword and started talking about AI as a Nigerian tool. Last year, everything changed. The question was no longer, what is AI? It became, how do we deploy it everywhere? Innovateai 2025 was bigger, louder, more urgent. From financial services to healthcare to education to public sector transformation, AI moved from experimentation to implementation. Nigeria didn't just show interest in AI, Nigeria demanded adoption. And now we arrive here, today. We've moved from awareness to adoption, and this year we face the hardest question. Can we scale AI responsibly? Because the future will not belong to those who simply use AI. It will belong to those who understand it, build it, and guide it safely. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Innovateai.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was just a brief run-through of how the journey has been for us right here. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we will now take a special remark from the chairman of the Board of Directors of AI in Nigeria Foundation, Mr. Wole Adeniyi, who is unavoidably absent but is ably represented by the president of FinTech NGR. Now, FinTech NGR are one of our key partners. They supported us, cheered us on solidly through their weight behind us for this year's edition of Innovateai. And he'll be speaking in two capacities, representing the chairman of the board and also delivering remarks as the president of FinTech NGR. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome on stage Dr. Stanley Jacob. Can we please sustain the applause till he gets on stage? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First, I want to start off by congratulating the co-founders of AI in Nigeria for sustaining the momentum on these conferences and the value it delivers to all stakeholders. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this morning I am standing before you wearing two hats. It's quite unconventional, but I like the challenge. And I intend to honor both speeches with equal convictions. First, I bring you warm greetings and a charge from the chairman of AI in Nigeria Group, Mr. Wole Adeniyi, who regrettably cannot be with us in person today, but his vision and leadership, working with the co-founders of AI in Nigeria, have been instrumental in convening this conversation at this pivotal moment in our nation's technological history. Second, I speak in my own voice as the president of FinTech Association of Nigeria, representing over 600 member organizations who are not merely spectators to the AI revolution, but we also actively play in the ecosystem and architect it. So I'll take it in two parts. The first part is to share Mr. Wole's commentaries. Looking at the theme of the conference, Responsible AI Beyond Innovation, it's not an accident of words. It is deliberately provocative and a challenge to all of us. Because for too long, the global conversation about AI has been dominated by two extremes. On one side, we have people who are having this unbridled excitement and euphoria. And on the other side, we have a different set of people talking about fear. And this fear can be paralyzing, not just to us in Nigeria, but even to Africa broadly. Whether the over-excitement or the paralyzing fear, we cannot afford either luxury as Nigeria and broadly speaking as Africans. Mr. Adeniyi's message to this gathering is simple but profound. Innovation without responsibility is just speed without direction. We have seen what happens when people and powerful technologies outpace the ethical, regulatory, and institutional framework meant to govern them. We have watched data become weaponized. We have witnessed algorithmic bias reinforced in very inequalities that technology promised to dismantle. We have seen AI systems designed everywhere, trained on data from elsewhere, deployed here, and we use it, and the consequences that fall squarely on our people. AI in Nigeria as a group was established precisely because we believe that Nigeria must not be a passive recipient of artificial intelligence. We must be a shaping force. We must contribute to the training data, the governance standards, the use cases, and the policy architectures that define how AI evolves, not just globally, but specifically for African contexts, African languages, and African realities. Responsible AI, as Mr. Wole Adeni envisions it, rests on 3 pillars. The first pillar is inclusivity. AI that reflects the diversity of who we are, our languages, our informal economies, our demographics, and AI that cannot understand Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, or Pidgin is clearly not ready for Nigeria. Accountability is the second pillar. AI systems deployed in Nigeria must answer to Nigerian institutions, Nigerian regulators, and the Nigerian consumers. And ultimately, Nigerian citizens must love it, and it must create value for them. We must resist the temptation to adopt frameworks wholesale from jurisdictions that do not share our risk profile and aspirations. The third profile speaks to sovereignty, data sovereignty, model sovereignty, and infrastructure sovereignty. The nations that control AI infrastructure will write the rules. Nigeria must be at that table, not as a guest, but as a host. Mr. Adeni calls on every institution represented in this room, government, academia, civil society, and the private sector to move from conversation to collaboration. The era of conferences without consequences must end. What leaves this room must translate into policy, into investment, and into action. Now, permit me to speak in my own voice. As the president of FinTech Nigeria, I represent the heartbeat of Nigeria's most dynamic economic sector, a sector that has proven repeatedly that African ingenuity is world-class. We have built payment rails that work. We have achieved financial inclusion milestone that the traditional banking system couldn't reach in decades. We have attracted billions in foreign direct investment. We have put Nigeria on the global fintech map. And now AI is the next frontier, and the fintech community is already here. Across our 600+ member organization, AI is no longer a future consideration. It is a present tense. It is powering credit scoring for the unbanked. It is driving fraud detection in real time and enabling hyper-personalized customer experiences. We are automating compliance, revolutionizing insurance underwriting, and investment advisory services. But here is my honest assessment. Our fintechs operating in Nigeria that are now AI specialized fintechs somehow seem to be operating against the wind. They are building world-class solutions while navigating regulatory ambiguity. They are innovating at speed while waiting for clarity on data governance, AI liability, and algorithmic accountability frameworks. They are competing globally while being underserved locally in infrastructure, broadband requirements, patient capital, and in regulatory support. They are lacking most of this as AI fintechs. So today, I want to make a clear and unambiguous statement on behalf of FinTech Association of Nigeria. We stand fully and firmly behind every AI-driven fintech operating in Nigeria and across Africa. We advocate for you. We will create platforms for dialogue between your innovation and the regulators who must understand them. We will build industry standards that protect your consumers without strangling your growth. We will ensure your voice is heard at the CBN, at SEC, NIDA, and every table where decisions affecting your businesses are made. And most importantly, we will do this working very closely as partners with AI in Nigeria. Specifically, FinTech Nigeria is committed to the following priorities in 2026. First, a dedicated AI FinTech working group, which will collaborate on with AI in Nigeria. We are formalizing a standing committee focused exclusively on AI policy, standards, and advocacy for FinTech applications. If you are building in this space, we want you at the table. If you recall, last year, AI in Nigeria launched the AI report, and that was a landmark milestone. We hope to drive, working closely with AI in Nigeria, to drive execution and wide-scale adoption of this report to help support our businesses and customer engagement. Second, regulatory engagement is key for us. We will work proactively with the Central Bank of Nigeria and other regulators to develop frameworks that give AI fintechs a safe and structured environment to test, learn, and scale without the fear of inadvertent regulatory breach. The third is that we will give continental solidarity. So standing here as the president of FinTech Nigeria, I also double as the vice president for Western Africa on the African FinTech Network, which is made up of 48 countries across Africa. So we will give continental solidarity to our AI fintechs. Through our partnerships with the Africa FinTech Network, we will connect Nigeria AI fintechs with counterpart ecosystems across the continent. AI solutions that work in Nigeria should be exportable to Ghana, to Kenya, to Senegal, to Egypt, without unnecessary hurdles, and we will help to build those bridges. The fourth is on talent and capacity. We will champion partnerships between AI fintech companies and Nigerian academic institutions and vocational study centers to build a pipeline of homegrown AI talent that serves our industry's specific needs. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa represents the youngest population on earth, the fastest growing mobile money market, and some of the most complex financial inclusion challenges that AI is uniquely positioned to solve. We have them here. The world needs African AI solutions, not the other way around. Our job at FinTech Nigeria is to make sure that the condition exists for these solutions to be built right here, scaled right here, and exported from here. Now, in bringing my voice together with that of Mr. Adeniyi, I want to close by saying that while Mr. Adeniyi is saying to you that we must drive responsible AI is not the enemy of innovation. It is the condition for innovation that endures. We are both converging on the same truth. Innovation built on irresponsible foundation will be regulated out of existence, or worse still, it will cause harm and erode the public trust that every one of us depends on. But responsible innovation, AI that is accountable, inclusive, and sovereign, that is the kind of innovation that builds institutions, creates generational wealth, and positions Africa not as a market to be exploited, but as a civilization contributing its genius to the world. Nigeria has done it before, in telecommunications, in mobile payment, and in the creative economy. We will do it again in artificial intelligence. Let's go together and responsibly innovate with AI. Thank you very much.
One more time, please give him another deserving applause for those beautiful remarks. On behalf of Mr. Wole Adini and himself, we thank you very much, Dr. Stanley Jacob, for bringing us those powerful words: inclusivity, accountability, sovereignty. Those three powerful steps are very important. We must take them if our AI is to become more responsible. We thank you, sir, for giving us those words and for letting us know that FinTech is solidly behind initiatives like this. It's really refreshing to know, and we appreciate you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, just joining us, welcome to Innovateai Conference Lagos 2026. And we just had a remark, a special remark from the chairman of the board of directors of AI Nigeria, but was delivered by the president of FinTech NGR, Dr. Stanley Jacob. Moving very swiftly to our first keynote address today, you agree with me that truly there is no better way to frame today's theme, responsible AI beyond innovation, than through the voice of a leader who understands the intersection of trust, governance, accountability, and national development. He is the chairman of the Nigerian Exchange Group, and he brings to this conversation a wealth of insight on how technology must be guided with responsibility, especially in sectors where trust is everything. He'll be speaking on the topic, a call for responsible AI. A call for responsible AI. Please join me in welcoming on stage our first keynote speaker, a distinguished professional, a respected industry leader, and a key figure in Nigeria's financial and capital market ecosystem. Please put your hands together for Dr. Umaru Kwairanga, the chairman, Nigeria Exchange Group. Please make it louder.
Good morning, distinguished guests, regulators, founders, industry leaders, innovators, and can I call the younger ones my colleagues, or I would say my friends, or my brothers and my sisters. Good morning, all. I will try to compete with Gloria in terms of the voice, because when Stanley came, even though Stanley was waiting with the handkerchief, but the voices I want to hear is more than that of Gloria, so that we can be able to compete with her, so that we can show that we can have that voice more than that of the MC. So it gives me a great pleasure to participate in the Innovateai Conference Lagos 2026. I'm happy to see so many young generations present who are ready and able to take Nigeria to its rightful place in the forefront of the next technological revolution. Let me begin by thanking the organizers of Innovateai Lagos 2026 for this invitation. The theme, Beyond Innovation, Responsible AI, is not just timely, but it is necessary. It is a pleasure to join you to discuss a subject that is rapidly redefining economies, institutions, and markets across the world. Artificial intelligence. I want to first of all commend the organizers for providing the leadership in convening conversations such as this at a critical moment in our digital revolution. The theme, Beyond Innovation, Responsible AI, reflects an important shift in our collective thinking. We are no longer asking whether AI will transform our systems. We are now focused on ensuring that its deployment is responsible, structured, and sustainable. Artificial intelligence has moved from experimentation to integration. It is embedded in financial services, capital allocation, risk modeling, surveillance systems, and customer engagement platforms. For Africa, it represents a significant economic opportunity and a powerful tool for accelerating growth. However, history has shown that innovation without governance can introduce vulnerabilities. As adoption deepens, the conversation must evolve from excitement about possibility to discipline around accountability. Artificial intelligence is no longer a distant concept reserved for Silicon Valley. It is already embedded in Nigeria's financial services, telecoms, media, agriculture, health systems, and public administration. Algorithms determine credit approvals. Automated systems flag suspicious transactions. Digital platforms influence consumer behavior. Generative AI tools are reshaping how businesses operate. The real question before us is not whether Nigeria will adopt AI. That decision has already been made by market forces. The real question is whether we'll adopt it responsibly. Responsible AI is not an abstract ethical conversation. It is an economic imperative. Across the world, capital flows toward markets that demonstrate predictability, governance, and trust. Investors price risks. If AI systems are opaque, discriminatory, poorly governed, or vulnerable to data breaches, that risk is priced into companies, sectors, and ultimately into the country itself. We have already seen what governance failures look like in practice. The enforcement action by the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, including significant fines across sectors, sent a very clear signal. Data governance is no longer optional. It is enforceable. And the financial and reputational consequences are real. For a country like Nigeria, with a young population, a fast-growing digital economy, and deep entrepreneurial energy, AI represents an extraordinary opportunity. Estimates suggest AI could contribute significantly to Africa's GDP over the next decade. But that value will not materialize automatically. It will depend on whether we build systems that are trusted, auditable, inclusive, and aligned with our regulatory frameworks. In the capital markets where I operate, trust is the oxygen of the system. Every trade, every listing, every investment decision rests on confidence in the integrity of that market. As AI tools become embedded in trading strategies, surveillance systems, credit scoring models, and investor analytics, we must ensure that the algorithms driving financial decisions are explainable, fair, and subject to oversight. At the Nigeria Exchange Group, where I chair, our responsibility is to safeguard market integrity while enabling innovation. Capital markets operate on confidence. Confidence is built on transparency, fairness, and credible oversight. As AI becomes more embedded in trading systems, analytics, compliance, monitoring, and corporate reporting processes, institutions must ensure that technological advancement strengthens these foundations rather than weakens them. Imagine a scenario where AI-driven credit models systematically exclude certain demographics due to biased training data, or where automated trading systems amplify volatility because of poorly designed risk controls. These are not theoretical concerns. They are structural risks that can destabilize institutions and erode public confidence. The implications for governance are profound. Board and executive management teams must understand the risks associated with automated decision-making systems. Data protection, privacy, cybersecurity, and algorithm accountability must be embedded into enterprise risk management frameworks. Regulators must continue to refine supervisory approaches that encourage innovation while maintaining market stability. In this evolving landscape, governance cannot be reactive. It must be anticipatory. Responsible AI, therefore, must sit at the intersection of innovation and governance. First, we need regulatory clarity that supports innovation without suffocating it. Regulators, industry players, and technology leaders must work collaboratively to define standards around data usage, algorithm transparency, cybersecurity resilience, and accountability. A fragmented or reactive approach will only create uncertainty. Secondly, board and executive teams must treat AI governance as a strategic issue, not a technical one. Oversight of AI systems should sit alongside financial reporting, risk management, and compliance. The same discipline applied to financial controls must be applied to algorithm controls. Third, capacity building is critical. We cannot regulate or deploy what we do not understand. From policy makers to compliance officers, from engineers to directors, there must be deliberate investment in AI literacy. This is not about turning everyone into data scientists. It is about ensuring decision makers understand the implication of the systems they approve. Fourthly, we must localize our approach. Nigeria's socioeconomic realities differ from those of Europe or North America. Our informal sector is large. Our digital identity infrastructure is still evolving. Our financial inclusion gap remains significant. AI systems trained solely on foreign data sets may not reflect local behavioral patterns and could deepen inequality rather than to reduce it. Responsible AI in Nigeria must therefore be context aware. It must support financial inclusion, improve public service delivery, strengthen agricultural productivity, enhance healthcare diagnostics, and optimize energy distribution. It must solve Nigerian problems. At the same time, governance standards must align with global expectations. In a connected world, data flows do not respect borders. Nigerian firms competing for international capital must meet global benchmarks for digital trust and compliance. There is also a broader strategic dimension. Nations that get AI governance right will attract investment, talent, and partnerships. Those that do not will face digital fragmentation and capital flight. For Nigeria, the choice is clear. We can be passive consumers of imported AI tools, reacting to external standards after the fact, or we can be proactive architects of a responsible AI ecosystem that balances innovation with accountability. The latter part requires collaboration. It requires forums like this one, where regulators, technologists, investors, academics, and enterprise leaders engage honestly about risks and opportunities. Nigeria is well positioned to lead in this conversation. Our technology ecosystem is dynamic. Our financial markets are increasingly sophisticated, and our population is digitally engaged and entrepreneurial. We must now match this momentum, its institutional maturity in managing emerging risks. Collaboration between exchanges, regulators, policymakers, technology providers, and corporate leaders will be critical in designing frameworks that promote innovation while protecting investors and the broader economy. At the Nigerian Exchange Group, we recognize that technology is shaping financial market infrastructure. From surveillance system to digital onboarding to data analytics, AI has the potential to strengthen market integrity and expand participation. But its deployment must be guided by robust governance frameworks, internal controls, and regulatory alignment. Responsible AI is not anti-innovation, it is pro-sustainability. Innovation without governance may deliver short-term speed. Governance without innovation may create stagnation, but responsible AI integrates both, enabling long-term value creation. Responsible AI is not about slowing progress. It is about ensuring that progress is durable. It is about aligning innovation with ethical standards, regulatory expectations, and long-term value creation. Institutions that succeed in this new era will be those that treat governance as a strategic imperative and not merely a compliance requirement. We remain confident that if we approach AI with both ambition and discipline, we can harness its transformative potential while strengthening the resilience of our market. The future will belong to institutions that combine innovation with integrity and technology with trust. As we look ahead to what many are calling Africa's AI decade, Nigeria must anchor its strategy on 3 pillars. That is trust, talent, and transparency. Trust, because without it, markets cannot function. Talent, because technology is only as strong as the people who design and oversee it. And transparency, because opaque systems eventually undermine confidence. If we get this right, AI will not simply automate processes, it will accelerate productivity, deepen inclusion, strengthen institutions, and position Nigeria as a credible digital economy. The future is not just about building intelligent machines. It is about building intelligent systems of governance around those machines. That is the responsibility before us all here. I once more commend the organizers for convening this important dialogue, and I encourage all of us to translate today's discussion into actionable frameworks that will guide responsible AI adoption across our economy. In conclusion, I want to once more appreciate our friends, the co-founders, Dotun, Dr. Chris, and all those that have made this conference a success. I wish you all productive and impactful deliberations, and I look forward to the insight and partnership that will emerge from this conference between the Innovateai and the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate it.
If you listen to his speech, you'll really agree with me that he delivered it with so much passion, stressing again that we need talent, we need transparency, and of course, we need to put all that we need to do together to ensure that AI does what it's supposed to do. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together for the chairman, Nigeria Exchange Group, Dr. Umaru Kwairanga. Thank you very much, sir, for delivering that powerful keynote address, succinctly delivered. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this very point, we'll be receiving goodwill messages from members of the diplomatic community that we have ties to. And now this is very important because as a foundation, AI in Nigeria does not work in isolation. Our partnerships with these diplomatic communities continue to strengthen the work that we do around innovation, digital transformation, policy collaboration, capacity building, and responsible technology adoption. Now, AI is a global conversation, and we're truly honored to have these global individuals join us here for this landmark gathering. We'll now receive a goodwill message from the diplomatic community in Taiwan. Please make welcome the Ambassador of Taiwan, His Excellency Ying Ping Lu, to deliver his goodwill message. Please, can we give him a Nigerian welcome, everyone?
Excellencies, honorables, and all friends that have come today to celebrate and also to give warm wishes for AI Nigeria to develop successfully in the year to come. I'm not standing here on behalf of all the diplomatic allies or diplomatic colleagues. I'm here to convey our good wishes to this particular event that I have witnessed such a massively attended by all walks of society in Nigeria. So from a tiny little island called Taiwan, which is about 7 times or 8 times larger than Lagos State, but with 23 million people, and literally no natural resources at all, We Taiwan people envy Nigeria so much. You have everything that we don't have. But we have all the natural disasters that you don't have. Volcanoes, tsunami, typhoon, and earthquake. We suffer for decades, but we have come up today as the best technology in terms of AI development of the world. Nothing will work in terms of AI without Taiwan. We are the backbone for every major industry in the world that come in or would like to develop AI. So every season, we will have very important exhibition or trade show in Taiwan. So in the coming March, we have the Smart City exposition in Taiwan. And in June, we have the Computex, which is the second largest event of Computex other than the one in Europe. So if Taiwan can develop from a very poor, backward society in the late 1960s, where my parents still endure malaria, typhoid, cholera, but in one generation, we eradicate all the tropical disease with the help of the world and come up today of our achievement in everything that we stand for is based on our brain power. So the basic education, high school, vocational into university, we have invested generation after generation of huge investment into human resource development. That is how we grow out of the instinct of survival. So I always tell my Nigerian friends, if a tiny country of Taiwan with no natural resources, with all the natural disasters, can develop into what we have today. Every state in Nigeria, you have 36 state plus FCT, can be successful, can be developed. If you wanted to know how Taiwan be successful and become the backbone of AI development, talk to us. We will provide our reference model. We will provide our know-how with goodwill. Because Taiwan has become the most trustworthy partners for every major country in the world in terms of AI development, in terms of basic technology, in terms of manufacturing. We have goodwill and we have no bad ideas. So this is how Taiwan become the best partner for technology development for the rest of the world. So today I'm here not just because I'm just a diplomat, but I've been here from the 1990s for 4 years in Nigeria, and now I've been staying here for 5.5 years. I've been enjoying all the good fish pepper soup, pounder yam, moi moi puff puff, and my favorite food has been the bush meat plus palm wine. So I'm not just here to represent someone from Taiwan, but as the two friends of Nigeria who understand the vitality, creativeness, and also all the talent that you have shown to the world. Look at your Nollywood movie. Look at your music talent that widely recognized by not just American, but the rest of the world. So your talent have never failed my expectation. So with such a vast event like today, I have full confidence that AI development, no matter in, well, hardware or software, will be so successful, Nigeria will take the lead, not just in Africa, not just utilizing your youth, your power, and also women empowerment. So I have full confidence by attending this particular event today and your future to come. As I mentioned, our mission in Nigeria, not just having political section, economic section, visa section, we also have a Taiwan Trade Center in Lagos. This is the matchmaking agency that provide opportunity for any Nigerian industry company in terms of AI or in terms of any other business opportunity that you would like to establish with Taiwan, you're more than welcome to contact us. You're more than welcome to do business with us, and you're more than welcome to discuss what might be good for Nigeria in terms of AI development, in terms of building a responsible and responsive AI mechanism for Nigeria. So with full confidence and my warm wishes, I congratulate the organizer of today's meeting, and I'm looking forward to have our mission to work closely with your government, with your private sector, and with such a good agency and good NGOs in Nigeria. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak on the goodwill. Thank you so much.
Please once again give him another round of applause. He's a Nigerian living in Taiwan. It's not the other way around, actually. We thank you so very much for delivering this goodwill message, and we really appreciate you and your presence. Thank you very much. That's the Ambassador of Taiwan to Nigeria, Ambassador Andy Yingping Lu. Very quickly, we move on to the next goodwill message, and that's delivered on behalf of the United Kingdom. And giving us this goodwill message, please make welcome on stage the First Secretary, Economic Development and Digital, representing the British Deputy High Commissioner. Please make welcome Grace Bell.
Thank you. Hello. Distinguished leaders from government, industry, academia, civil society, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the British High Commission, it's an honour to join Innovateai 2026, the third edition of Africa's leading gathering on artificial intelligence. I extend my warm appreciation to AI and Nigeria Foundation and the organising team for organising and convening this important forum, particularly under the timely theme, Responsible AI Beyond Innovation. Thank you for inviting us, the United Kingdom, to share in today's conversations and for offering us a space to engage with people here today. We will be here alongside you all day, happy to discuss things. Around the world, we are witnessing a rapid transition from traditional to generative AI, with powerful models reshaping how we learn, heal, produce, and govern. These technologies offer profound opportunities in education, healthcare, climate resilience, and economic development, but also bring complex risks from job displacement to misinformation to cybersecurity threats. The decisions we make now will shape how AI becomes a tool for shared prosperity or a source of new divides. Nigeria stands at the forefront of Africa's digital transformation. Its world-class talent, vibrant entrepreneurial spirits, and ecosystem and expanding research communities continue to pioneer solutions that are scaling across the continent and beyond. The UK recognises and celebrates Nigeria's growing leadership in the region and global AI dialogues. There are clear pointers here. The Nigerian National AI Strategy 2025 that was noted earlier, and also that Nigeria has climbed up the Government AI Readiness Index, a significant improvement reflecting concrete action being taken. In 2023, Nigeria was also invited as a thought leader to the first Global AI Safety Summit in London, where nations, industry, and civil society gathered to coordinate global approaches to frontier AI risks. The UK has also been proud to support Nigerian officials' participation in global standard-setting platforms, including the Global AI Standards Summit in Seoul, ensuring that Nigeria's voice shapes emerging AI norms and governance frameworks. These engagements reflect our shared belief that AI governance must be inclusive, grounded in diverse perspectives, and responsive to the needs of emerging and advanced economies alike. The UK's strategy for AI rests on 3 pillars. Firstly, we see AI as a vital tool for delivering our 5 national missions, economic growth, clean energy, public safety, equal opportunity in healthcare, and for modernising public services through innovation and upskilling. Secondly, the UK is advancing practical, compatible standards supported by a multi-stakeholder AI standards hub. This is to help governments and businesses adopt AI safety responsibility. Thirdly, we all know that AI is borderless. The UK works multilaterally through the AI Safety Summit Series, the United Nations, the OECD, including its partnership with GPAI, and the G20, where we help to shape global frameworks where innovation and which responsibly reinforce one another. We believe our partnership with Nigeria can be ambitious across several fronts. Firstly, the UK's Digital Access Programme continues to support Nigeria's drive for inclusive digital transformation, strengthening cybersecurity, data governance, and digital service delivery. These efforts help build the foundational system that enables safe and widespread AI adoption. Secondly, our collaboration expands AI safety, security, and data governance, work reinforced by Nigeria's contributions to discussions at the AI Summit in London, where global partners examined risks from frontier AI models and strategies for safer development. The UK is also adopting a scan pilot scale model in our own public sector, deepening our understanding of AI capabilities before piloting and scaling those solutions forward. We see strong opportunities, particularly in the sectors, to collaborate with Nigeria in areas of health, education, agriculture, manufacturing productivity, and climate resilience. The UK and Nigeria are natural partners. Throughout today's conference, colleagues from the British Deputy High Commission, which are within you, will be here to speak with innovators, policymakers, and investors, exploring collaboration with the United Kingdom. We welcome you to try and talk to us, and we will try and help as much as possible. Colleagues, as you all know, responsible AI is the foundation of adoption at scale. By embedding safety, transparency, and accountability, we build public trust. By investing in people, especially younger people, we ensure that the benefits of AI translates into jobs, services, and opportunities. And by working across borders, we must ensure that global rules reflect shared values and not fragment interests. In Lagos, you feel the energy, the creativity, and ambition driving Africa's digital future. The United Kingdom remains committed to deepening our partnership with Nigeria so that AI works for everyone, enabling inclusive growth, resilient public services, and communities that are safer, healthier, and more prosperous. Thank you again, and thank you for letting me speak this morning, and I look forward to the rest of the sessions today.
Thank you very much, Grace. Please, as she makes her way back to her seat one more time, please give her a lusty applause. She's representing the United Kingdom, and we appreciate you, Grace, for your goodwill messages at this pivotal and landmark gathering. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Please, greetings to the Deputy High Commissioner. Just before we move on to take two more diplomatic speeches, we will quickly, at this point, take a group photo. We'll have a group photo session quickly, and then we will continue with that. So I'd like to, at this point, invite all of our speakers, our panelists, our ambassadors to please come on stage, and of course our conveners for this quick group photo so we can have it captured. Press and media, let's make it very quick. Let's make it very quick. Let's have some music. DJ, let's have some music. Yes, as we have this quick group photograph. Our AI Nigeria board directors, all of our speakers, our panelists, our consular generals, please join us for this photo. So we just want to have this for press and media sakes, so we can capture all of our speakers and panelists and the members of the board of directors in one quick photograph. Press and media, please arrange them as you want it to be done. Right after this, we will have all our sponsors, but that will be after we've taken the diplomatic, the remaining two, and we have the DG of NIDA, then we'll have all our sponsors. Press and media, please arrange them as you want it to be, please. Let's make it very snappy. If you're just joining us, welcome to Innovateai Conference Lagos 2026. Here we're talking responsible AI beyond innovation. And we thank you very specially for joining us this beautiful morning. Back to your seats. We appreciate you and we thank you very much for honoring our invitation to be here. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the program has only just got started. We still have quite beautiful conversations ahead for you. But before we take our remaining two goodwill messages from our diplomatic community at this time, it's very important that we move on to take a message from the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA. And before we take his message at this time, I want to quickly say this. NIDA has continued to show strong support for this program, consistently throwing their weight behind initiatives like Innovateai that push innovation, policy, and responsible technology growth in Nigeria. So, it's not physically present, but can we put our hands together for NIDA? Everyone celebrate NIDA for us. Please, everyone behind, you're not clapping. Thank you. Thank you. And so at this time, we will now receive a virtual message from the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, is also the Nigeria's Chief Technology and Information Officer. Please turn your attention to the multimedia screens for a message from the DG of NIDA, Kashifu Inowa Abdullahi.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. I want to start by offering my sincere apologies for not being there in the room with you in person. While I may not be with you in person, please note that I'm with you in spirit. The theme of our conference today is exciting. It is about innovation and responsible AI. And at NIDA, we are quite big on innovation and pushing for responsible AI building. This is evident in our national AI strategy, which is anchored on 5 strategic pillars. Before then, I want to take us down the history lane to remind us that AI has brought remarkable advancements to humanity. We have seen how it improved diagnostic accuracy for conditions like multiple sclerosis by almost 44%, according to research, and can also detect lung nodules 26% faster than the manual inspection, identifying almost 29% of previously missed nodules. But like any new technology, AI introduces a set of challenges that must be addressed. These challenges are integral to understanding and navigating the complexity of AI. For example, in February 2024, we witnessed a tragic incident involving a 14-year-old boy from Florida. The boy developed an emotional attachment to an AI chatbot called Character.ai. He built an intimate virtual relationship with the bot that evolved from several months from just a playmate to a hyper-realistic, intimate, and romantic relationship. The boy became increasingly isolated from real-world friends and family, expressing in his journal that he was in love with the AI. In their final conversation, the boy told the AI he was coming home. It responded, "Please do, my sweet king." Minutes later, the boy committed suicide, and his family claimed that the AI encouraged him to do so. So, looking at this, we need to build responsible AI, an AI that will serve humanity, not destroy our values. In Nigeria, we look at it and we need to be intentional to it. That's why we started by crafting the national AI strategy. We look at it from 5 perspectives. How can we build foundational AI infrastructure? Because for us to build responsible AI, we need AI that understand our values and nuances. And also we need AI that is fair and inclusive to our value and cultures. We need AI that is transparent and has capability to explain its decisions, moving away from black box system where users don't understand how AI make decisions. We also need AI system that is accountable. So we need to build accountability in AI, establishing clear human ownership. If a system fails, there must be a defined way where someone can redress the challenges. Then we also need to build a robust and safe system, ensuring systems are secure against adversarial attacks and reliable enough to function in a high-stake environment like healthcare or finance. Then we also need to design with privacy in mind, how to protect our data through encryption, anonymization, and strict access control from the very beginning. So to achieve this, we need to look at building our digital sovereignty or AI sovereignty. And the first step to achieve that is by having the foundational infrastructure, connectivity, compute power, AI-enabled data centers, as well as even edge compute power, where we can train and retrain AI models. Then we also look at how can we build a sustaining world-class AI ecosystem, because building AI systems is beyond just having system software engineers building systems in isolation. These are social systems we are building, systems that will decide who gets what in a society. Therefore, the system needs to understand our values and nuances to decide on who get what, under what condition. Then we also have a pillar in the strategy looking at accelerating AI adoption and sector transformation, because technology is not our target. AI is not our goal. Our goal is how can we use AI to enhance our lives, to enhance everything we do in all critical sectors. Then we also need to ensure we build responsible and ethical system. To build responsible and ethical system, we need to look at the end-to-end system life cycle. Therefore, it's not just about developing the system. We need to look at the pre-AI system building. What do we look at? We look at the data representation to make sure our realities are captured. Most of the model we use today are not trained based on Nigerian reality. So there are biases built. So we need to look at how can we retrain them using Nigerian data set. We need to ensure we designed with ethic in mind. So ethic by designing. Then we need to look at legal readiness of the system by ensuring compliance with the Nigerian laws, including Nigerian Data Protection Act, the Digital Economy Bill we are working on, and all Nigerian laws, because we need to make sure whatever is illegal offline is also illegal online. And the second stage is in use, because after building the system, we need to make sure we have live guardrails to make sure safety by design is also safety while using. This is why Nigeria signed to the Bletchley Safety Declaration, one of 28 nations committed to safe and responsible artificial intelligence development. So to ensure that we have the light guardrails, we need to look at, while using the AI and building innovative solution, we need to balance that with oversight. How can we make sure algorithmic transparency? As a regulator, we push for system that can explain why a loan was denied to a farmer in Kaura Namoda, not just that it was denied. So the explainability has to be built in the system, and it has to be based on the Nigerian laws. Then we also need to make sure there is a human in the loop, ensuring that a critical e-governance services like AI serves as an executive assistant to our civil servant, not a replacement for human empathy and judgment. Because sometimes the AI can hallucinate while making its decision. But when you have the human in the loop, it will look at it again to make sure whatever the AI is deciding, also there is an element of empathy and judgment by ensuring Nigerian laws are taken into consideration. Then we also need to look at how we can detect biases, ensuring our realities are represented. The AI does not drift into discriminatory patterns as it interacts with users. So this is to make sure visibility of every Nigerian value and culture, because if you are digitally invisible, the AI might not know you exist, and your data will be represented as minority data or noise, and the AI will not consider it while making decision. Then the last stage is about the feedback loop. Because when we talk about responsible AI, we need to have in mind is never a finished is never a finished journey. It is an iterative journey. Policy evolution we need to look at, for example, using data from digital economy and e-governance bill implementation to refine our regulation. We don't want frozen our laws. We want living policies that adapt as the AI evolves. We also need to look at the community of retraining. Most of the models we use today are not trained based on Nigeria or African data. How can we retrain them? If a model shows bias against a local dialect or demographic, we don't just patch it. We need to reinvest in the infrastructure to retrain it with better and more inclusive local data set. That's why it's very important for us to build infrastructure because we don't want just be an end user of AI. We want build and own our AI systems. Then we need to look at the synergy with other global players and the local ecosystem. For example, how can we get hyperscalers to come and build infrastructure in Nigeria, work with the local infrastructure providers? Because the world we are today is not a world where nations can be protective. We need to work as a global village. We need to bring them and we need them to understand our local values and nuances, build the infrastructure for us to retrain these AI models we are building. And adopting this three-step life cycle it will help us to move from a world where we react to AI to a world where we architect and build our own AI in Nigeria. By focusing on pre-building the AI, making sure we use right data set, responsible data, and ethical governance will help us even while using the AI system to make sure we have and safeguards in place. And this will help us as well to constantly improve the system. But if we just rely on systems without looking at the data used to train that to mention how data is used. A feedback loop where we can improve. So it will be difficult for us to build a responsible AI system. So in Nigeria, to make sure we co-design and co is not the AI. Our goal is building AI system that don't just innovate, but represent and protect our values. Thank you for listening.
We are building AI that doesn't just innovate, but it protects and represents our values. So many nuggets to take away from the DG's presentation this morning. Please put your hands together for him one more time, the Director General of NITDA, Kashifu Inua Abdullahi. We thank you so very much, sir, for giving us actionable steps and points. If we're going to make AI more responsible, it's not just to innovate, it's to ensure that we build systems that have responsible data and ethical governance. Thank you once again for bringing us that speech at this time. I'd like to quickly recognize the presence of the proprietress of Bambini School. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Adetayo. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us this beautiful morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, after all of the conversations, goodwill messages, keynote addresses, and speeches, there'll be a practical AI demo on this stage. So we're going to get more into the practical session, right? It's not just going to be all of talk theory and all that. So we want you to look forward to that. Do not be in a hurry to go at all. There will still be the breakout session where we get to hear from you, listen to you, and it will be more immersive and practical than theory. Please don't be in a hurry to go at all. We will get to that very shortly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the main panel and taking and listening to the voices from the people, we will take our final two goodwill messages. The first will be from Austria. Please make welcome the Austrian diplomatic mission, the representative from the Austrian diplomatic mission, Barbara Leininger, the commercial counselor Advantage Austria. Please celebrate her. Give her a Nigerian welcome.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, organizers, participants, please allow me to stand on all existing protocols. My name is Barbara Leininger, and I'm the commercial counselor at the Austrian Embassy Commercial Section. When I was invited to deliver a short goodwill message here, I did not hesitate for a second. Why? Because this year's theme, Responsible AI Beyond Innovation, is both timely and necessary and touches us all, no matter where we are and what we do on this planet. The conference is focused on ensuring that AI includes everyone, protects everyone, and creates value across sectors, from healthcare and education to finance and public services, reflects the commitment to building technology that truly serves society. Austria shares these principles. Our approach towards AI centers on trust, safety, and human-centric design, principles that align with your discussions on governance, digital literacy, and safeguarding against fraud, against risks such as deepfakes and fraud. And what I've noticed is that Nigeria's rapidly growing AI ecosystem is very impressive. And this momentum creates strong opportunities for collaboration between researchers, startups, and industry partners, not only across ecosystems, but also across countries. On behalf of Advantage Austria, I extend our commitment to deepening this cooperation, grounded in responsible, inclusive, and future-ready innovation. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a very productive, meaningful, and inspiring conference. And last but not least, allow me to commend the interpreter here. I think this is best practice. Congratulations on the organizers. This is really walking the talk of inclusivity. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Thank you. We appreciate you for that goodwill message at this time. Thank you so very much. Our final goodwill message will be from Finland. And giving us this goodwill message is the head of the Trade Office of Finland in Lagos. Please make welcome on stage Mr. Eero Toiviainen.
All because of you, I be on the phone all night long. Don't be smart to you when you do it to me.
Okay. Oh, he's on his way. Okay, please sustain the applause. Sustain the applause. You know how I say we give them a Nigerian welcome?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is a huge pleasure to give this message to you all. And how I would like to start is tell a little bit about Finland as how we use AI. We were very lucky to have a supercomputer, fastest in the Europe, and 20% of that is allocated for company use. And Finnish companies have used that to build radar satellites that are able to see through the clouds. We have also used AI and these supercomputers in building drug research and drug discovery, applications to treat people better. As well, we have used AI and supercomputers to train and build AI, the largest AI hub in the Nordic countries. And one example how these supercomputers and building AI solutions is Silo AI, which was sold to AMD chip provider for 600 million euros. So what is my message to Nigeria and why you should start using and building AI and is that you should start with collecting data. So data is the first component to train AI. But also, as you can see, that Innovateai AI conference. So what is the innovation? So AI as such is not innovative. If you train AI by the information which is from 60s, all the information you had in 1966, and you then try to use AI to predict mobile phones or new innovations. So that AI, or using these large language models and using that data which was before 1966, you are not able to predict what happens in today in 2025. So you are not able to use AI right now to make new innovations. You still need human knowledge to do that. But innovation is the core thing also here in Nigeria, and we would like to innovate with you and also use our AI technology to help you to provide new services for your citizens. So I'm here in Lagos to learn about your Nigerian AI companies, integrators, partners for Finnish AI companies. We are very strong in the world for example, in quantum computing. We have IQM, which is one of the most one of the best quantum computer companies, and they are able to provide, for example, quantum computer for your universities in Nigeria remotely to start with. But of course, the idea is to provide that quantum technology for your better use. So I wish you, and we all like to hear more about Nigerian perspective, what you are going to do in AI AI space, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you, the head of the Trade Office of Finland in Lagos, Mr. Eero Toiviainen. Thank you for your good old message at this point. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on very quickly to a very important part of today's program. But first, permit me to recognize the DG of NIIA, which is the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Professor Ehosa Osagie, who is ably represented by Professor Joshua Bolariwa, the Director of Research at NIIA. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you, Prof, for joining us. We appreciate your presence. We'll move on to a very important session that we've titled The Voice of Society, What Responsible AI Means to Us. And I personally love this part of the program because responsible AI, again, is not just about policymakers and government officials and developers or big companies. It's also about everyday people, school children, secondary school children, right? Students. It's about inclusion, and it's about ensuring that no one is left behind as technology continues to grow. And so this session will be hearing directly from members of the society, people who experience the impact of technology directly in real ways. They deserve to be a part of this conversation that we're here for today. So I'd like to first welcome, representing people living with disability, Stephanie Egareva from MasterCard Foundation. She was here last year. Please put your hands together for Stephanie as she comes on stage to speak on this very important conversation. She will be representing people living with disability. Please celebrate Stephanie, everyone.
Let me get. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephanie Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephanie Gariba, and thank you so much for the opportunity. When I think about responsible AI, I do not think about innovation. I think about impact. As a person with disability, responsible AI means one simple thing. It means building AI that does not exclude me. AI has revolutionized the way we work. It has revolutionized the job market. It has revolutionized how we live. And it even gets to decide who gets visibility and who doesn't on social media. So the question is no longer about whether or not AI is powerful. The question is about who it serves and who it leaves behind. And to me, responsible AI means three things. The first is it must not be built for the default user. Most AI models today are trained with data that only recognize one particular type of person or particular type of human being. But when you design or when you train AI models or AI systems like that, you are indirectly telling the AI to recognize only one type of person. And this in turn creates a barrier for people who don't match that pattern. For example, people with disability. So that means responsible AI has to train, means that you should train AI. It means you should train AI with diverse data sets, and then when you are testing, you test with real experiences and with real people with disabilities. Number 2 is responsible AI must prioritize accessibility at the core. If your AI model or your AI system is not screen reader compatible, or your AI model is not, you cannot use keyboards to navigate it, then that AI or that model is not ready to scale. It is not responsible enough. I must be able to use your AI without depending on anybody. I must be able to use your system without depending on it. I must be able to do it on my own. And what does it look like when you don't add accessibility at the core? It looks like you, after building the product, then you now find out that the product is not accessible. Then you now start putting the AI features. Number 1, that would not be very cost effective because now you are adding it at the end. Number 2, you may not be able to prioritize properly. You may not be able to implement it properly. But when you add AI at the core of your design stage, at the core of your ideation, at the core of your implementation, when you add accessibility at the core of your implementation, you add it at your design stage, you add it at your testing stage, you are thinking far beyond accessibility being a feature. You're not thinking about impacts. You're not thinking about the people. You're not thinking about responsible AI. And the third one I would like to touch on is that responsible AI must involve the people that the solution is for. I have a belief, nothing for us without us. Yes. So if you're building a solution, the people that you're building that solution for has to be in the room. They have to be in the room. Most times we advocate for the Nigerian government to involve the youths in the national matters. If they are involving the youths, that means the people with disabilities would have to be in the room too. So if you're building a solution, take for instance a food delivery system, you won't believe that people with disabilities benefit more from the food delivery apps than even the regular people. Because then they do not have to go out, they can do it at the comfort of their homes. So if you're building a food delivery app, for instance, you'll have to have a person with disability in the room because they are stakeholders. They would also be part of the design process. They also need to tell you, okay, this is what you can do, this is what you shouldn't do, this is what you should do, this is what you shouldn't do. There is a point where you will use data, and there's a point where lived experiences will tell you what data cannot tell you. So you have to have the people in the room that you are building for. So I would love to challenge each and every one of us here today. Responsible AI has gone beyond just having policies on your website. It now involves asking ourselves the uncomfortable and hard questions. And those questions involve, who am I unintentionally excluding? Who is this data missing out on? How can I change the system to ensure that everybody is captured? And if the answers to those questions, if your answers to those questions is, oh, I don't know, or oh, not yet, or my AI is not there yet, then your AI is not ready to scale. Your AI is not responsible enough. We must ask ourselves those hard questions. If a person with disability cannot independently use your tool, or they cannot independently go through your system without the hassle, then it is not ready to scale. If we are building, if And when you build accessibility for the margins, you may think, oh, people with disabilities or the marginalized voices, they are just the margins, they're just one part. If you build for them, or when you build with them in mind, you are also strengthening the center, because everybody gets to benefit from it. Everybody gets to be involved from it, both young and old. So when you build for people with disabilities, when you build for the marginalized voices, when you build with them in mind, when you involve them in these things, you are intentionally creating an inclusive future. So I challenge us today, let's not build something that excludes all of us. Let's build something that would make the world more equitable and inclusive. Thank you.
Please, I thought that would be louder. Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you so very much. We've taken down those points, and I'm sure that companies, developers, industry leaders, we've heard her, and we're going to put into practice all that she has said and take constant action stemming from everything she shared with us today. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Quickly representing further education, I did mention that we have parents, we have school children, and we have people from the education sector here. Please make welcome Ofurosa EW.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ofurosa Williams. When I look at the young people in Nigeria, especially those who might not be as privileged, I wonder what this new age of AI might mean to them and how, if they're not adequately prepared and included, it might impact their future. We are living in a moment where artificial intelligence is no longer a future idea or a distant promise. It is in the here and in the now. It's a tangible tool that operates on an immense scale, is embedded across economies, institutions, and everyday life, from writing to recommending, creating, predicting, and more increasingly, deciding. AI is going to and is already impacting both the education and job sectors. It is changing the way teachers teach, the way students learn, and redefining jobs, not necessarily by reducing them, but changing what is available and the skill level required to access them. With regards to education, our system must prepare students for an age of AI and the technological economy, because in today's world, we are no longer asking who has a qualification, but who can create value with technology. However, like all tools, AI is multifaceted, and whether it becomes a blessing or a problem depends on how humans design, deploy, and govern it. To remain net good, it must be ethical, inclusive, and beneficial to all of society in a safe and right way. If access to AI's skills, infrastructure, and opportunity is unequal, then it will scale inequality rather than reduce it. So today, we expect leaders to build ethical AI systems that are transparent, accountable, and safe, inclusive AI systems that understand our languages, markets, realities, and the different backgrounds and situations of the people in our society, beneficial AI directed at the sectors that shape our real lives in our city and in our country. Responsible AI is about ensuring that when innovation moves forward, society moves with it, but also about making sure that even when some aspects of intelligence become artificial, our values and the values that we use to create them don't, and instead they remain the same. It's about making sure that AI systems remain safe, include and benefit all members of society, background notwithstanding, to make sure that we can all move forward with this new technology together. How we respond now will not only define what AI becomes, but what kind of society we belong alongside it. Recently, I've been doing some work experience with AI in Nigeria, and if I've learned anything from the training sessions I've been able to attend, is that the difference between AI and other previous technologies is that it is autonomous, or at least semi-autonomous. So like other autonomous beings, it needs directions, it needs rules, it needs regulations to ensure it is responsible, ethical, accountable, and safe for everyone. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for her one more time. Thank you very much, Ofurosa. We appreciate you. Responsible AI should be ethical, should be responsible, and accountable to everyone. Note taken. Quickly, we'll move on to the final part We'll hear from our brilliant young voices from Bambini School. They're representing the primary school students group. Please welcome Rayban Layode, Oluwademilade Falano, and Zara Owokade. Indeed, they're the future of tomorrow, the future of today. Please put your hands together for them as they make their way on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oluwademilade Falano. I attend Bambini School in Ikeja GRA, Lagos, and I'm in year 5. Today, I will be talking about artificial intelligence, its benefits, its disadvantages, and what it means to me as a child. Have you ever used Google Maps to find your way, Duolingo to learn a new language, or asked the robot a question? If you have, then you have already used artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is a type of technology that allows computers and machines to think and learn like humans. It works by studying many examples and finding patterns. It is like millions of people teaching someone how to play a game until the person becomes very good at it. AI is really amazing and helps us in many ways. But like everything else in life, AI also has some disadvantages. Today, I will share both the good and not so good sides of AI. In healthcare, AI helps doctors detect diseases early and provide better treatments. In agriculture, AI helps farmers monitor soil and grow more food. It can even protect lives. For example, AI-powered robots are used to defuse bombs in dangerous situations. In transportation, apps like Google Maps use AI to analyze traffic and suggest faster routes. For me, AI is truly helpful. It helps me understand difficult subjects by breaking them into simpler steps. It helps me become more creative by suggesting new ideas for my school projects. What I love most about AI is that it makes learning more fun and interactive. For example, when I use AI-powered apps like Duolingo, I enjoy learning different languages. However, AI is not perfect. Sometimes, AI gives you wrong answers. This is because AI is created by human beings and learns from human data. If the information he learns from is wrong, it may also give wrong information. That is why we must always check facts carefully. I have also heard that AI might make some people lose their jobs in the future. This makes me very sad as a child, because I know it would affect families. Another disadvantage is that AI doesn't truly understand emotions and does not show real empathy. Only people can truly care and understand feelings. For me personally, AI also has some challenges. I use an AI-powered app called IXL to practice grammar, science, and numeracy at school. It is very helpful because it corrects my mistakes immediately. However, sometimes I need my teacher to explain things more clearly to me. Also, if I am not disciplined, I may depend too much on AI for my assignments. That will stop me from thinking deeply on my own. Too much screen time can also affect my eyes and sleep. So what is the takeaway? AI is like a superpower. It can achieve amazing things, but we must be used responsibly. It should not replace human thinking, creativity, or kindness. Instead, it should support us and make us better learners. If we guide AI wisely and use it carefully, it can help us solve problems, improve education, and build a brighter future. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rehan Tioluwalashe Layode, and I'm a pupil from Bambini School, GRA Ikeja, and I'm in year 6. Today, I am here to share my thoughts on the topic, building responsible AI with a focus on children. Have you ever used Siri, Alexa, ChatGPT, Google Maps to find your way, or Duolingo to learn a new subject, like a new language like French or Spanish? Then you have already used AI. So what is AI? AI, also known as artificial intelligence, is the ability of giving a computer a brain so it can learn, think, and solve problems almost like a person. AI helps me in many ways. First, AI can help me learn in my own way. AI can explain things in different things to match how I learn best. It can give me extra practice on topics I find tricky or challenging. However, one of the downsides of this is it may necessarily give me varied explanations that I can relate with, either due to my background, my language, or my culture. Next, getting help with my homework. If I get stuck on a problem or don't understand something, AI can help me find answers and understand the concepts. Usually, in my school, homework is reinforcement of concepts that have already been taught. It is meant to be feedback for my teacher to assess my understanding. Using AI will not allow my teacher to get 100% feedback because instead of tackling the task myself, I used AI. Improving my writing. AI can help me with ideas for stories, check my spelling and grammar, and give me suggestions to improve my writing skills. This in itself is a very good thing. Unfortunately, it may weaken my ability of critical thinking and decrease and impair my spelling skills, and this serves as a critical foundation for reading fluency and writing effectively. 24/7 support. AI provides constant academic and administrative support regardless of the hour, location, or time zone. But here is the setback. If I let AI do all my thinking, my own brain doesn't get the exercise it needs to grow smart. Let me ask you a question. Do you think AI created itself? No. What do you think the people that invented it used? Their brains. So why do I need to depend on AI for everything when the people that invented it use their brains? In conclusion, AI shouldn't give me the answer straight away. It should rather ask prompting questions to help me think critically and understand better. Now, I would like to call on my classmate Zara Ookade to run you through what we as pupils expect from AI. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zara Wokade, and today I'm going to share my thoughts on what we as peoples want AI to do. What we would like to see is artificial intelligence that still encourages for critical thinking. An example of a task that will actually help us with this is to profile a character in a way that will make the reader dislike this character. Let's say, for instance, I am the child and I want to profile a character so that people dislike this person. AI should ask me, Is your character male or female? And how old is this person? And in this scenario, I should answer by saying, he is a male and he is 14 years old. Then AI should ask me, what are the features of a character profile? And because I have learned character profile in my school, I know that character profile should include physical appearance, traits from what the character does, and how they go about getting what they want, how they make people feel, and what people say about them. Then AI should ask me, what do you want your character to look like? And then it reminds me to use descriptive words. For example, curly brown hair or long blonde hair. And then it reminds me to give my character a name. And then I should say, my character's name is Ben. He is dark-skinned and quite tough and fat for a 14-year-old. He has long, spiky brown hair, very chubby face, and he always looks angry. Then AI should now respond by saying, what does Ben say and do, and how does he say it? And then reminds me that I want people to dislike Ben, and then tells me the rule of writing is showing, not telling. Then I should respond by saying, Ben walks past everyone, including his teachers, and he would never greet. And even when someone tries to say hello, he just waves them off. Ben would only bump into girls, so their stuff will spill on the floor, and he would laugh. Then AI should ask me, what can I infer from this first trait? Then I should say, Ben is courteous, which means that he's very unruly and dislikable. So then AI should ask again, what can you infer from your second trait? Ben is very mean. Then AI should ask me this question. So AI should respond by saying, from the features you listed, how does Ben go about getting what he wants, and how does that make others feel? And then it reminds me to show and not tell. Then I should say, during school lunch, Ben wanted extra yogurt, so he went to a younger child and snatched his yogurt, then threw his tray on the floor and laughed as he walked away. The little boy burst into tears, and no one was bold enough to stop Ben. Then AI should ask me, what can you infer about this trait? And I should say, Ben is a bully. Then AI should congratulate me and say, well done. Now let's put your ideas into writing. In conclusion, AI has helped me by prompting me, but I am the one that did all the thinking by myself. Basically, I have done the work all by myself. So, we want AI that gives us prompting questions so that we can think critically, solve problems, and do tasks all by ourselves. Thank you so much for inviting us.
If not for anything at all, but if you're proud of these people, please put your hands together, everyone. The future of today, of now. Thank you very much, pupils from Bambini Schools. You can please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Very well done. Very well done. Points taken. That was an excellent presentation. We thank you very much for studying and, of course, giving us a practical insight into what you just shared with us. Thank you so very much again. And thank you once again to our proprietress, Mr. Innovateai, for bringing them here. We would like to also recognize pupils from King's College. Students from King's College, I beg your pardon, not pupils. Students from King's College, please rise. We want to recognize you. King's College, they're here. I'm very sure about that. Please rise. Okay. Oh, please put your hands together for them. They're there. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you. Truly, AI is not just a technical conversation, it's a human conversation. Everyone must be included. People who are often left out from these conversations, we brought them here today to hear and for them to share their perspective regarding this important conversation that we're here for today. So thank you so much for sharing your perspectives with us. Very quickly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you must know that we have lunch for you, so don't be in a hurry to go. As we are feeding your minds, we also have plans to feed your bellies. So please, just tap your neighbor and say, neighbor, don't be in a rush to go. We fed you breakfast. Didn't we give you breakfast? Aha, put your hands together for us now. Please put your hands together for us. So we have plans to also give you lunch. Don't worry about it. We have you sorted. To those joining online, I really wish lunch could get to you, but don't worry. Just grab something to eat wherever it is you're watching from and do not go anywhere. Our time is fast spent. I want to apologize to all our speakers, on our panelists for taking our time. We really apologize. We're moving very quickly now into the main panel conversation for today. I'd like to recognize the chairman of Philips Consulting. Please put your hands together for Mr. Folusho Phillips. Thank you for joining us, Chairman, sir. We are honored with your presence. Thank you. Our conversation today is at the heart of Innovateai 2026, and the topic is responsible AI beyond innovation, rights, equity, and inclusive development in Nigeria's AI future. It's quite lengthy, but we will break it down to the barest for you. At the end of this conversation, the goal is clear. We need actionable frameworks that ensures that no one is left behind. And to have this discussion, we have an excellent mix of voices in governance, media, business, data, because again, AI conversation is not just one industry issue. It cuts across several industries. I'll quickly constitute the panel and invite the moderator to take over the conversation. Joining us all the way from the University of Cambridge, speaking from a governance and ethical AI perspective, he'll be joining virtually, is the Associate Teaching Professor of AI Ethics and Society at University of Cambridge, Dr. Johnny Penn. Please put your hands together for him. Joining us also for this conversation is the CEO of FutureSoft Technology, bringing strong business leadership insight. Please put your hands together for Nkedilim Bega. Sustain the applause till she gets on stage. Also joining us on this panel is the Managing Director, Data at CUDA, and she'll be offering a key data and financial service perspective. Also joining us virtually. Please put your hands together for Natalia Liarskaya. Also joining virtually. And joining us, the final panelist on this conversation is the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of TVC Communications, our lead media partners. Please put your hands together for Victoria Ajayi as she makes her way on stage. You're welcome, ma'am. Okay, yes, over there is fine. Okay, moderating this highly esteemed and distinguished panel is a senior graduate teaching assistant, School of Law, University of Warwick. Please put your hands together for Kenechukwu Esom as he makes his way on stage. Again, their conversation is on responsible AI beyond innovation, right, equity, and inclusive development in Nigeria's AI future. So I'll hand over to Kenechukwu. So we are thinking they should sit together so it's not too far from, yes. And all eyes on here. Yes, 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 please, by all means. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello.
Yes. Hello. Hello. Okay. All right. Welcome. Just looking to see that the panelists joining us online are here. My name is Kene Som, as been mentioned, and I'll be facilitating our conversation during this panel. We have Natalia, we have Victoria, we have Kendelim, and Johnny, who I don't see, but I hope he's online. So all morning, we've heard what responsible AI should look like. We've had different perspectives on why this is important. For this panel,
questions will be taken after this panel. So we're going to display a QR code. In case you have questions during the panel, scan the QR code, send in your questions, and we'll take them after this. I wanted to mention.
All right. So as I was saying, we've had a lot of conversations from different perspectives on why responsible AI is an important conversation for us to be having at this point, beyond whether we should be innovating, whether we should be getting involved, what the design should look like, what the engagement should look like. With this panel today, our panelists will be thinking a bit differently and in a more practical way what this means for inclusive development, how we have the conversation about ethics and the conversation about rights, and leaving no one behind. We heard from some of the...
Absolutely. Can you hear me well and sound? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm very thankful for being here today. And I present myself. I'm Natalia. I'm presenting here CUDA, a microfinance bank that actively operates at the forefront of AI, embedding it in its product, decision engine, and models. And answering the question what the responsible AI means for me, and specifically responsible AI in Nigeria, I don't start with algorithm, I don't start with technology, but I start with impact. As my role at CUDA, leading decision engines and data, I see daily how algorithmic decisions and AI algorithms in particular translate directly into real-time outcomes. Who get access to credit, who is flagged as potential fraud, who is priced higher, who is declined, and those decisions are not theoretical. They shape the opportunity. And in this context, AI is no longer experimental, it is becoming an infrastructure. And the infrastructure determines who participates in the economy and who does not. And in the Nigerian context, that question carries a particular weight. Nigerian economy is one of the youngest and most dynamic digital economy in the world. And the innovation is moving very quickly, but it's also happening in a society with a significant inequality. There's a large informal workforce with uneven digital access, limited formal financial history for many citizens. And AI systems that are deployed in this environment are not operating in neutral conditions. They are trained on the data that reflects the structural reality, the income volatility, informal activity, fragmented identity records sometimes. And if you are not intentional, AI doesn't eliminate these inequalities, it can actually further reinforce them and even automate them. So for me, responsible AI means ensuring that the system shaping Nigeria's digital future expands opportunity without quietly reinforcing existing disadvantages embedded in data. I think one issue that is often underemphasized in global discussions about AI is data quality. Everyone is talking about the latest models, LLMs, technology, and in developed markets, the focus is very often on the privacy of data, on the surveillance of data. However, in Nigeria, another issue is equally critical. It is incomplete, uneven, and very much fragmented data. As has been discussed today a lot, Nigerians operate a lot on informal businesses. Many have seen or no credit bureau history. Sometimes devices are shared or SIM cards change frequently. Identity records might not always perfectly align across multiple systems. And when AI assumes that the data is perfect and consistent, it often leads to misclassification. It's very likely to happen. And in this context, misclassification is not abstract. It can mean someone is denied credit, someone is flagged as suspicious while he is not. It can also mean that someone is excluded from digital systems that is increasingly foundational for this economy. And that data quality basically becomes a rights issue. Because if someone is inaccurately represented or digitally invisible, their access to opportunity is constrained. So responsible AI in this context means also transparency with regulators. It means explainable systems and clear accountability when outcomes are harmful. In emerging markets, the cost of mistakes is higher because social safety net are significantly thinner. And when automated systems fail, individuals feel it directly. So inclusion must also be very deliberate. AI is often framed as a global tool for raising the efficiency, optimization, increased productivity. But in Nigeria, I think inclusion must be also a very explicit objective of AI systems. If models are trained primarily on the urban, digitally active population, they will optimize for these populations, while rural users, informal workers, women with limited digital footprints, or younger people who are new to formal systems might be very much underrepresented. So inclusion doesn't emerge automatically from innovation, it has to be intentionally engineered. And finally, responsible AI means preserving human accountability. AI can inform decisions, but it cannot carry responsibility, especially in the domains that impact the livelihoods. There must always be ownership, explainability, and the path for redress. So for me, AI in Nigeria means directing innovation intentionally, so that the systems we are building today expand opportunity, protect rights, and actively promote inclusion in a data environment that is imperfect, but full of potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. So we'll go on to Kemdeline. Do you want to give us your take on what responsible AI means?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Kene, and good morning, or no, good afternoon, everyone. So I think for me, it's really a little bit more than, sort of ethics and risk and, regulation and the global standards that are there. I think when we think about AI in Nigeria or in a broader African context, I think we really need to start thinking about how does this actually serve us? And I think this is really important, both from an equity and inclusion design, right? How many African languages are spoken by AIs? Are we training our own models? And some organizations like Indigenous actually are. How do we make sure that we avoid, also from a values perspective, right? So when we talk about ethics, a lot of African values are very different from foreign values. So how do we make sure that our AI or what we're consuming is actually embedded and that there are policies that support our own value system, right? I think also when you think about responsible AI and value creation, it should really be around socioeconomic development and using AI to drive that, whether it's across financial inclusion, whether it's across developing agriculture, whether it's healthcare, education, and I love the pupils from Bambini that have said this is what we want from AI, right? And I think we should have more of those conversations to really think about how does AI actually serve us. But obviously you need strong governance, you need leadership to really understand AI, and I think one of the previous speakers really talked about training leadership and ensuring that leaders have the right foundation in order to make the right decisions, really understand the model, understand bias, model drift, and all of those different things. And I think the last thing really is around making sure that we have sort of infrastructure-aware deployments of AI, which means our infrastructure may not be as advanced from a, connectivity perspective, from a device perspective. So how do we make sure that AI can actually run on those devices? If we don't embed those levels and those different layers into the policies around responsible AI, then we've really failed ourselves, right? So I think we need to be careful when we adopt policies and regulation from other countries. We've seen a lot of countries adopt the EU AI Act, and in as much as it's fantastic, right, and it's a really good regulation, but where are the African nuances? How do you make sure that it actually protects value and also our people? Thank you.
Thanks, Nkemdelim. Victoria, let's hear your take on that.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and well done to the organizers. So I will start by flipping your question just a little bit by saying, what is irresponsible AI? Or what's an example of irresponsible AI in today's age? And it is that Russian guy who had the spy camera glasses, went around African countries, deceiving young women and luring them for sexual relations, and then ending up putting their videos on social media. That is an example, very good one, of irresponsible AI. And so, back to the question of what my take is on responsible AI. I would say responsible AI is innovation with accountability. It's about building powerful technology that protects people, preserves trust, and strengthens institutions. It should not at any point weaken our institutions. That is what responsible AI is. So if you're thinking of a formula, it is one that protects, preserves, and strengthens. Now, let me bring it back to the practical aspect. Forget definitions. I lead an organization, a broadcast organization, that in this age where media trust is very fragile and our language is our identity. And last year, we deployed AI news anchors, responsible AI news anchors, that delivers news bulletins, first of its kind in Nigeria and in Africa. And I use the word, thank you for the applause, I use the word responsible AI because we didn't just create it for the sake of creating it. We created it to deliver bulletins in multiple Nigerian languages. Just as the young lady who came out to speak spoke on inclusivity, we thought our languages are no longer being spoken or known by the younger generation. How would they get news in the respective languages? And that was why we went for something inclusive. And so for us, that is what responsible AI is about, responsible AI use. Now at TVC News or at TVC Communications, and personally, I see AI like electricity. And the reason I say that is electricity is powerful. How many of you agree? Electricity can power cities. It can light up a hospital. But at the same time, if you put cables or install cables through a house without the correct insulations, you can burn down the whole house. And for us at TVC, we see and we have insulation. Because guess what? The problem is not the power, it's not the wiring, it's not the cable. It's actually the lack of insulation that's there. And so we've decided that to be responsible AI users and consumers, we've insulated ourselves by adopting what we call the 3 Ts, which the chairman actually of the Nigerian exchange group almost alluded to. I thought, did this man read our website or our AI policies? The 3 Ts for us is trust, it's truth, and it's transparency. He said trust, talent, and transparency. Now for us with trust, very quickly, despite having this powerful AI news anchors, and irrespective of how much it will grow and whether the language learning models develop or not, we still have our bulletin editors and the editors-in-chief checking. We still have them verifying and approving scripts that are fed to the AI avatars. So at no point in time do we have AI-generated news. What we have is verified news being fed to the AI news anchors that then delivers it in multiple languages. right? And so that's where you begin to be responsible. Secondly, and very importantly, for the avatars that we have created, we have ensured that the images and the likeness of our AI anchors, we sought their permission before using it. Thereby, we are respecting copyright, we are respecting image rights, and even data protection laws. So for us at TVC, it's non-negotiable when you use the images of our anchors. You cannot just use it because they are protected. It's our intellectual property. I'll move quickly to transparency and to the other point. Now with transparency, when you see AI, any of our AI news anchor delivery, the first thing you will see is they are watermarked. You will also see on the top left-hand corner, AI news anchors. And in fact, the AI news anchors introduce themselves as such. The moment you see the one in Yoruba, it will tell you, my name is, for those of you who understand Yoruba, it will say, Orukomini Victoria Ajayi, Emini Akolo Iroyin Anchor AI. It would immediately tell you that. It will say that in Hausa, it will say that in Igbo, right? And that's what transparency and truth is all about. We cannot afford to deceive our audience. We cannot afford to say innovation is eroding, human dignity. It cannot move. Innovation must never move past human dignity. And lastly, we operate under the code of conduct of the NBC, and this is where truth comes in. And in our code of conduct, it prohibits deceptive use of or false spreading of news or information. Now, what we have done is we have decided that any of such news that would go out, which is mostly on digital, in the narration, across it, all around it, the moment you see it, you would know it's AI-generated news. It looks very believable, but you will know. That is how to be responsible. Because at the end of the day, AI cannot, and I do not believe it will take over our institutions. However, a responsible AI will erode our institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for them. As Gloria mentioned, we will be taking questions and comments from the audience. So I'm going to throw some questions that their response is prompt, so that when we open up the floor, you can respond to the question. So it's not just the experts here. We also recognize the experts in the audience. I see Johnny has joined us. Welcome, Johnny. So what does responsible AI mean in your context and from the perspective of the work you do?
Thank you for having me. I apologize for what was a time difference complication, but I'm very thrilled and honored to be here with everyone and to be invited to do this. I think the level of conversation I've just been listening to is very high, and I appreciate all of my colleagues' work here trying to figure out responsible AI and what it can mean in Nigeria and beyond. My name is Johnny Penn. I'm co-director of the AI Ethics and Society Masters at the University of Cambridge. And our student base comes from all over the world. Many of our students are in the tech industry, but also in law, in government, activists, artists as well. And my view of what responsible AI is informed by that and my work as a historian of artificial intelligence. I think the most critical kind of insight I can offer is that in my view, AI, whether it's responsible or not, is a socio-technical craft. What does that mean? It means that if you're just thinking about AI in its kind of technical form, you are only halfway. You need to start thinking about the social embeddedness of those technical forms. And we've heard already about trust, the importance of maintaining trust, and about not eroding institutions and the like, and I think that is spot on. But, I see in the classroom with technical people who have come to learn about ethics, but also, non-technical people who are coming to learn about the technical side, even though that's not the thrust of the course. Inevitably, they kind of learn about what's happening in AI. Both parties on either side of that spectrum find themselves in a shared center, and that is about what I'm calling the kind of socio-technical basis of AI. what does that change? I'll be very brief, and then I know we can go to the audience questions. You know, Yoshua Bengio, who's one of the kind of founders of deep learning, said to me once that, and this is about 10 years, well, almost 10 years ago, he said, if we stop development right now, we'd still have 40 years to figure out what to do with what we can already manage. And I think that's what I'm trying to kind of gesture at with the kind of social aspects of responsible AI is, you know, you hear words like diffusion. These tools require nuanced integration. It is not straightforward. And I tell my students to think about what they're doing as like a laboratory, because it is a bit of a laboratory. You need to kind of experiment. You are going to fail. That's okay. But try and fail in ways that don't hurt people. And the last thing I'll say, again, in service of a wider conversation here is maybe an unconventional offering that I can give everyone who's thinking about or I'll offer to the group today is, I think we're living through two historical trends at once. We know about AI, we know we're on the ascent, and there are kind of fascinating things happening there. What I don't think there's hardly, which is the limits of where we choose to put these tools and where we don't. So you see now a trend towards pulling smartphones out of elementary schools and secondary schools. You see young people choosing not to go on dating apps because they've been kind of overly gamified, and the thought of finding a partner through these kind of hostile environments is unappealing. And so what I'm offering, and I'll stop here, is to think about limits as a kind of productive thing. And I tell organizations to write a decomputerization statement of what is unique about your group that can't be done through AI, that is about the people or is about the place and the culture. So I'll end with that as one idea that I don't often hear mentioned, and thank you again for having me here.
Thanks, Johnny. So thanks, the four of you bring very interesting perspectives, almost very comprehensive. So it's almost like saying responsible AI is everything good, which leaves us wondering further into the specifics. Our panel talks about rights, equity, and inclusive development. And so whether we're asking these questions at a global level with global actors, sometimes the multilateral agencies and the systems that speak specifically to these domains, or we're asking at industry level or even at country level, points you make like trust or transparency or African values even almost become difficult to pin down at each of these norm-setting practical governance levels. And I think in the work I do, that's where I see a lot of problems, because the international organizations, the intergovernmental organizations are so slow to agree on, even within Africa, what are African values? What does truth and transparency and strong institutions mean in a context where institutions are weak, institutions have perpetuated inequalities and has eroded the trust of the citizens? So these are some of the questions I would like for our audience to also keep in mind. What do these things mean practically? Johnny, you talked about limits. And the other thing is, how are we setting the limits of AI governance? Who is at the table? Which countries? Which agencies? Which organizations? Because as good and as important as it is to think about responsible AI governance and have norms and constitutions around them, if that process isn't democratic, we end up exactly where we came. So Johnny, who should be limiting AI? You mentioned that in closing. Who should be limiting AI, and how do we ensure that the process of determining who that is inclusive and people-centered? And I mean people from everywhere.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to say something provocative, so apologies ahead of time, but I think about responsible AI as the industrial arm of AI ethics. And so responsible AI is a matter of legal compliance, reputation management, things like this, and that's its strength. I think you know, the ways in which people can use AI to make money are untested. We are in this massive moment of experimentation around the world, and there are success stories and failures and the like. But what I found difficult is if responsible AI, I know that there are good intentions, and I don't think we need to I think we actually, with more time, would share a lot of perspective on this. I'm not meaning to kind of clip the rose here, but responsible AI that just meets compliance is hard. If that can be done, great. Ethics of AI and critical AI, AI safety, these kind of surrounding clusters of analysis, some of them are to do with social emancipation and social progress and democracy. But those, you know, businesses can't always run like a democracy. I know this is probably sounding counterintuitive. Like, I do want businesses to be good, but I think we're in a moment with a lot of ethics washing, that companies are kind of wanting to be seen as leading in every way. And I guess ultimately what I'm saying is if we can break apart good business and being a good kind of business amongst a community and treat those things side by side but maybe as different, I think we can deal more specifically with where the interventions are working and where they're not. Knowing that, like, the major tech companies in America are telling us they're going to help us all, but I don't know that that's necessarily the case. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. That's my provocation for the limits of responsible AI.
Thanks, Johnny. I have a number of follow-ups, but Kendelim, how do we ensure that Nigeria and indeed Africa isn't just about adopting what's been developed somewhere else? How do we ensure that the critical infrastructure for governance and leadership in the discourse around responsible AI is being led by our countries, Nigeria, Africa, and they're setting the terms of their own?
So I think that comes with deep understanding, right? And that deep understanding has to be at leadership level. And, you know, that's some of the work that we do at AI Collab, where we do a lot of capacity building and training for leaders around AI integration, AI governance, AI risk management, to really understand as a leader, not just, oh, give this to the head of IT or the chief data officer, or hire a chief AI officer and they will decide, right? I think we need to make sure that our leadership, both in the private sector and in the public sector, have the right knowledge to actually have these discussions at a very deep level, not on a high level. And I think that that can only happen when there is real interest and when there's also, especially for the public sector, when there's political will. And when AI is seen as a critical lever for socioeconomic development and for the future of this country and this continent. And if we don't actually see that there is enough urgency and act accordingly, then unfortunately I think we will be left behind and we will continue to be consumers. And, you know, I mean, I think maybe 10 years ago I wrote an article around digital colonization, and it was sort of around the fourth industrial revolution and how we needed to, you know, sort of start actually building and creating our own content, solutions, tools, in order not to be consumers that blindly consume, but also to make sure that we have a seat at the table, that we have a voice, that we have our own reflection in what we're actually using. And I think that in the last 10 years that has started happening in very little trickles, but we need to now accelerate that. I think AI also gives us the opportunity to actually accelerate that, but we need to make sure that we have leaders that understand, that we have representation of every single stakeholder group at the table, right? And I think Stephanie, that came to present earlier, you know, and as well as the children that came to present, are part of those stakeholders, and we need to make sure that the conversations that we're having are inclusive, that those conversations are not just on a high level, but really go into the nitty-gritty of what does this mean for us? And I think the last thing that we really need to look at is what does successful AI adoption actually look like for us as a nation, right? For us as African people, so that we can then say, okay, for us it doesn't look like this. And it doesn't need to look like what it looks like in the West or what it looks like in China. It can look completely different. But we need to imagine that. And we need to then reverse engineer from that picture of success to how does that translate into actual policies? How do we protect? How do we make sure that we create sovereignty? How do we make sure that we are building capacity? How do we make sure that we play, and that we're not, sort of like the last team in the league, right? We want to be top of the table. And we need to make sure that we have the right people at the table to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Nkendele. Yeah, you can clap if you want to. Thank you. So I'm going to move to Natalia, but something that you said triggered something for me. I'm sure you've encountered this in the work I do as well. Getting the leaders into the room is often difficult, but it's really the easy part in the grand scheme of things. Getting them to agree to policy development, almost as easy. I think where the rubber hits the road is getting them to make the investment in systems and structures that trickle down into what becomes the culture of the nation or the culture of an organization. And I often find that where leaders struggle is how to have this conversation without them thinking that responsible AI is an impediment to innovation and scale and speed. So I think this tension is something I would welcome responses and maybe reactions as we go ahead. But Natalie, from your work, how do you, at a very practical level, ensure that responsible AI governance becomes part of the structure of an organization beyond the easy part of adopting policies, training people on the policies just by themselves? Do we still have Natalia?
Yeah, I'm still here with you and enjoying truly the discussion.
Sure.
So yeah, I'm representing the industry here, and for me to deal with AI technology is basically a day-to-day question. And I think there are a few things very practical, very tangible that could be done at any company level to at least make an effort to make sure that the AI that is implemented is following responsible principles. I would say the first one, it is about ownership. If there is no names responsible for what model does, how the model performs, for the monitoring, for the outcomes, then if it is just a model that is responsible, then no one is responsible. And there needs to be very specific individuals named. There needs to be very clear accountability structures that covers multiple teams. It's about data science team, data engineering, product, risk, compliance, even executive leadership. But the structure needs to be in place. I think the second one is monitoring. We've been talking a lot today about biases, about drift detection, and I think this monitoring needs to be continuous and not just occasional. There are plenty of tools available now, so there is no excuse not to implement it in a day-to-day activity. I think beyond this, the incentives are also enormous. If you look about the teams, about the companies that only reward growth at any cost, higher revenue, higher approval rate, I think responsible AI will fail. Because we need to look at it from a very balanced perspective and also make sure that not only performance is rewarded, but also the questions like fairness, sustainability of the solution, stability of the models, the compliance as well. It's basically like, show me what a company rewards and they will tell you how responsible it is. I think explainability becomes more and more important as well, especially in the use cases where there is a tangible impact on the direct consumers. So all the decisions needs to be documented, so at any point in time there could be very easily retraced why certain decisions been taken, and allow customers specifically to seek clarification or review of specific decisions. The human oversight needs still to be there, right? We know that models hallucinate a lot, and it's not about removing automation, it's not about removing innovation, but it means that there needs to be an escalation path for various edge cases, but also basically the kill switch if you see that the model doesn't perform or behave in an unexpected way. And ultimately, I think, and probably the first what we need to bring is about the right culture. I think the teams that feel empowered to be able to question the model outputs and just say, well, the results just do not look right, even if performance metrics look great. I think that's the courage that everyone needs to have in a company. So, yeah, a few suggestions, what I'm seeing in my day-to-day life.
Yeah, thank you, Natalie, for that insight. I'll come to Victoria now. So you could take all the steps to build the structures to do exactly what Natalie has mentioned, but in an environment where there's increasing deployment of AI to harm companies, to harm brands, to impersonate executives, products, how do you protect your brand? You've done the internal work, but there's this external challenging environment. What does brand protection look like given these realities?
Okay, thanks for that. How many brand reputation experts are in the room? How many of you have a brand to protect? Aha, I know that there are lots of people who have brands to protect. Wonderful. So this is probably going to be helpful to you. I think responsible AI and brand reputation in this age really boils down to a simple truth. It's no longer about, or brand reputation is not about your logo. I think a lot of people think it's about your logo when you talk about brand. But brand reputation is about reputation at scale, especially in the digital age where if your reputation digitally is fractured, it's very, very hard to mend back. And so it's not a question of whether your brand will be attacked or a deep fake will be created of you or of your brand. It's a matter or a question of how you respond to it when this is done. Because right now, AI can and can put out counterfeit testimonials of a product. It can create deepfake CEOs releasing policies. It can create even AI ads that look like your products, your look and feel, even your voice, your tone, everything. So when that happens, what do? Right? And so for me, I'm a storyteller because I work in the industry of storytelling. I would like to relate brand reputation to a bank vault. If you have gold, do you leave gold in the lobby and pray that no one steals the gold? So what tends to happen with your brand reputation is you put the gold in the vault, and then you have not just one layer of security, but different layers of security for that protection. And it's the same way you should treat your brand in the digital and AI age. So there are many layers of security, but I'll just stick to 3 for the sake of time. And I'll start with what I call structured protection. And when I say structured protection, it's around legal and policy guardrails, ensuring that you protect and trademark your assets A lot of you have logos, etc., various things that, it's intellectual property. You need to protect those. That's to start with. Secondly, a lot of companies now put out content. In fact, Innovateai put out adverts, right, regarding this conference. You need to ensure you're watermarking and protecting whatever content you put out there. If you don't, it's subject to anybody taking it and using it, right? You also need to ensure internally you have or you develop AI policies that stipulate how images must be used of your executives. Now, there's an internal one, there's also an external one that you need to do on your website and on contractual agreements. You must state it there that the images or likeness of your executives or your staff cannot be used without permission or consent. If you don't, it can be used. And the way you can have some form of legal stance is if at least you had put out something beforehand. So you can refer to that. So I would say, first off, structured protection. Secondly, I would say digital monitoring. And digital monitoring through active surveillance. When I say active surveillance, think of the bank vault and know that you cannot protect what you do not monitor. I repeat, if you don't monitor it, you can't protect it. Because you have your gold in the vault does not mean you should not have a surveillance camera around that vault. It does not mean you should not still have a guard. Have you been to any bank vault that does not have extra internal, external factors, everything? How many of you have seen Money Heist on Netflix? Or any other heist? You see how they protect. That's how you need to think of brand protection. Now, when I say active surveillance, I'm talking about your brand and reputation teams or your PR teams in some companies now need to start actively monitoring, impersonations of your staff, your executives online. There's what they call social listening. You need to have tools that helps you pick up anytime your brand name is mentioned online. Because if your brand name is mentioned negatively and you don't have the social listening tools, you won't pick up on it. And when it comes to brand reputation digitally, speed is of essence. So the quicker you're able to catch it, the better it is for you, right? So active monitoring online, anytime you see anything that looks or feels like your brand is important. And lastly, I would say that it's clarity around your brand. And it's public clarity, I would say, owning the narrative. And when I say public clarity, it's all about when the public know your brand and know what you do and know what you're all about, they will question when a fake version of you comes out. I'll give you a very good example. Not too long ago, just very recently, a business executive and business mogul in Nigeria, Mrs. Ibukwa Oshika, her avatar was impersonated and it was being spread and used for people to invest in an MMM type of scheme. You know, all this investment scheme where you bring someone and you bring someone. And very quickly, I'm sure she hadn't even noticed it, but lots of people who knew what she stood for called it out and said, this is not her, because they know the type of content she puts out. They know the type of person she is. And so people started flagging it to say, you know what, we know what this brand is all about. So you have to own your narrative in such a way that when a fake is created, people are able to quickly spot it. And this layer of security is a very underrated one because it can be, so you need to be able to know how to protect, yourself as a company by using extra layers of security to protect yourself digitally. I will stop there.
Thank you. I think I have time for 2-3 questions. If you keep them to 30 seconds, we could take 2 or 3 questions or comments very quickly. We have a...
So we already have questions sent in.
Right.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Multimedia, let's have the questions displayed. We're not raising hands. Questions have been sent in already.
Okay, lovely. So while we get that up, do we have the questions up?
So we have one from, let's take from Ayomitide Fadayomi. Says, how can AI help improve investment strategies, financial markets, or even data analysis? And how effective is it? Kenneth, who would take that question?
Do you want to just read all of them so that...
Okay. Oluwafemi directs this to Victoria. It says, Mrs. Victoria, should I leverage existing models like Google NLLB for multilingual news streaming, despite potential ethical concerns, or build a local model? So quickly touch on that, Victoria.
All right, thanks for that question. So from our experience, we saw that there were many AI tools and AI vendors out there. And, you know, the big ones like you have mentioned, and many others, even local ones. I believe there's someone in this room here today, a young chap in Nigeria, who developed a system called YanGPT. And I'm sure he will talk about his product, or there's a demo of that product. It was one of those whom we accessed and tried to use. Now, it really depends on what you want to achieve. The decision to choose a vendor or to use a particular tool or product depends on what you want to get out of it ultimately. So one cannot advise whether you build your own or you use what's in existence. And for me, with AI, yes, there is a talk of let's build for our own and let's own our own. But start from somewhere. If there is one that exists already, start using it and see how it works. If we didn't venture into even using the tools that are available, we would have never known that despite 150 languages being available on these platforms, there were no Nigerian languages. There was no Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Pidgin, nothing. It wasn't there, right? There was just English and many other languages. But it's because we decided to use it then. We knew there was a gap with the language learning models that are available because it wasn't designed, like Stephanie had said, for certain regions, and it wasn't designed with Nigerian languages in mind, right? And so that was where the solution for us now, developed for us to say, what do we need to do? Do we need to start training, data sets with our own languages? So you need to start somewhere. It is when you start, you will then begin to discover things that might be limitations, and that's where you can then be a solution creator. So it's really up to you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Ayomitide says again, I'll read, how can AI help improve investment strategies, financial markets, or even data analysis? And how effective is it? Yes.
All right, any of the panelists, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it can. I think but you still need to understand what the output is supposed to look like. And there's actually an experiment that is currently running, that's been running, I think, for the last 6 months or so, where they've given different LLMs money to actually trade the global markets. And, there's the performance data and everything is there. So I think maybe looking at that experiment to actually learn. But I think you can't replace, sort of having some basic knowledge about investing and trading the markets with AI. And if you have some basic knowledge, then take your current portfolio, put it into different AIs and see what it actually tells you to do, right? So I've done that, and what I realized is some of them just have no clue. And I'm like, okay, you don't know what you're talking about. This sounds okay, let me ask more questions. But it's because I have some level of knowledge of what I'm also trying to achieve. I have my investment thesis, I understand what kind of risk appetite I have. If I didn't know any of those basics, it would be very difficult. Thank you.
And ultimately begs the question, accountability for wrong investments, where does that lie when we use AI models for very high?
So I'll take just 2 more questions quickly. Ekwekwo Ugochukwu says, is there any possibility that AI can take over human duties? AI can manually do what humans do. In 2035, can AI take our jobs?
Natalia, do you want to touch on that? Or Johnny?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I think, well, there is already, can be replaced by AI models. There is a lot that already is used in the medical sector. But I think what is important, and that my view, AI will never replace the humans. And coming back also relating to the previous question around the data analysis, this is something that I'm staying very close to it. I can say that AI technology can replace a lot of manipulation with the data that you're doing, build a model, calculate something. But I think what really is important about some of these activities is the context and the question, so what, right? What kind of recommendations, what kind of insights you get from the data? And I think from what I've seen, AI is yet too far away from getting this context correctly. Yes, there are some successful use cases, but overall, that's where the human contribution could be very valuable.
Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you very much, Natalie. We'll take one more question. I saw a question from Simisola Multimedia. Please scroll from Simi. It was a very important question. It came in just now. Okay, yeah. In mainland government schools, where teachers are not so aware of the concept of AI, how can we effectively introduce and integrate AI technologies to educators?
Yeah, any other panelists?
I can speak to this briefly. I mean, I think there are people in the room today who remember life before the internet. We are a dying generation, and young people, this is normal to them, these AI tools. I think that intergenerational knowledge is so important now, more than ever, and it's about inviting young people to consider how they feel about it. We don't have the answers, let's ask them. And I think it is important for older people in that, educators specifically in that conversation, to be frank about the risks. We've talked about data colonialism. There are, harms here that can be avoided, but I think one subject that is valuable, and I can end on this, valuable for young people, valuable for governments, valuable for industry, is collective action. What you cannot do on your own, you can do together. And I think some of what's happening in AI is people want to try and solve the big problems as individuals, but we need collective action. And so what one country might need to partner with many countries to negotiate with America or China, about model regulations and the like. But it starts also with young people, and I think weaving climate into this as well, because AI and climate are going to they are arriving together. But it's a very important question, and I appreciate that it was asked. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. If I may just add on that, is just to say this is not just an Africa a government school conversation. I'm in the higher education space. I've been part of conversations on academic integrity and AI, and we see the same tensions. Some part of higher education does not want to have this conversation at all. They refuse to accept that the nature of research and higher education necessarily needs to change, and we should be redefining the parameters for academic integrity, for research and stuff like that. So I don't want us to leave this conversation thinking that some of these tensions only exist in the global south or in our context. Different other contexts in the West are grappling with this, and in similar ways, the kind of erosion of voices that we're seeing, maybe not to the same degree, is also happening to marginalized communities within those contexts. So this is truly an important and global conversation to have. Thank you everyone for your attention, and thank you to the panelists.
If you thought that conversation was rich, please give them a lusty and roaring applause. Here, Obon, please join them on stage for a quick photo, Dotson, please. Our virtual panelists on stage. We'll have Natalie and, of course, Dr. Johnny just remain on screen. We'll take a screenshot with you and add you, don't worry. AI will do all of that. Let's have some music, DJ. So while they're taking the pictures, we're moving quickly into the breakout sessions, and I will read out the rules for the breakout sessions. Multimedia, let's get ready to set up for the breakout session now.
Johnny, just remain on screen. We'll take a screenshot with you and add you. Don't worry, AI will do all of that. Let's have some music, DJ. They're taking the pictures, but we quickly need to know breakout session. Just read out the breakout session. Multimedia, let's get ready to set up for the breakout session now. Johnny, just remain on screen. We'll take a screenshot with you and add you. Don't worry, AI will do all of that. Let's have some music, DJ. Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me through the cellular, kiss me through the phone. Yeah, mess with my neck,
Okay, so while the setup for the breakout session is going on, please, I need your attention, everybody. I need your attention. Now we have 3 breakout sessions. Multimedia, please. Thank you. So we have 3 breakout sessions. 1, 2, 3. Breakout session 1 is titled Building Responsible AI at Scale, and it's happening in the middle. In the middle, right here. This middle. Oh, you can't see me again. Okay. Building Responsible AI at Scale from Hype to Impact. Breakout session 1 happening here. Breakout session 2, Raising Humans in the Age of AI. Raising Humans in the Age of AI is happening right here. Breakout 2 happening right here. And then the final one is Design Governing AI for Impact. Design Governing AI for Impact. Trust by Design Governing AI for Impact is happening on my far left, which is your right. Again, 1 in the middle, 2, that's my far right, your left, 3, my far left, your right. So we have pre-registered, right? Okay, if you've registered, wave to me. You registered for a breakout session before now? Yes. So you would move to your breakout sessions right after they're done setting up. But if you've not registered, you can still choose a breakout session to attend. Now, we're going to be using headphones so that we don't distract each other, or one another, I beg your pardon. So we're going to use headphones, you're plugged in, you're listening to the conversation, and no one is distracting you. It's going to be interactive. It's more of you and less of the speakers. And so it's an immersive experience. It's a part of the conference that it's important for everyone to partake of. Again, I would read for breakout session 1, it's Building Responsible AI at Scale. Building Responsible AI at Scale. And the practical lessons are for businesses, startups, builders, and innovators. It's from hype to impact, building AI at scale responsibly. So if you are a builder, you're a startup, you're a product leader, enterprise team member, or you want to move past just talking to the real question, how do I do this responsibly? This session is for you. Our speakers are Obenna Ukachukwu, that's a growth executive, Sterling Financial Holding Company. Okay, so right now I'm reading from Hype to Impact, Building AI at Scale Responsibly. That's the flyer that should be up, okay? And that's for breakout session 1 happening here. Speaking also is the co-founder, managing director, and chief executive officer, Credit Registry Nigeria, Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedun, and also the executive vice president of operations and technology at InterSwitch, Baba Femi Ogunbamila. And moderating the session is the director AI Nigeria, Ubong Ukanta. So that is happening here in the middle here. That is happening here in the middle. Breakout session 3 again, apologize, and we are sincerely sorry that you didn't get a headset to participate. So our first sponsor to speak to us quickly, please make welcome the MDCO of Express Pay, Mr. Adewale Olaishade. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is actually Anir Khan Ezekiel. I am the head of branding and corporate communications at Express Payment Solutions Limited. I'm representing my MD. So on behalf of the board, management, and the entire team at Express Payment Solutions Limited, especially my MD, Mr. Wale Olaisade, I'm honored to bring you warm greetings at Innovateai Conference 2026. Let me begin by commending the conveners and all partners for creating a platform that moves the conversation from hype to responsibility. The theme, Responsible AI, Beyond Innovation, is not only timely, it is urgent. Across the world, from United States to China, from the UK to Nigeria, artificial intelligence is reshaping economies, redefining productivity, and rewriting the rules of competition. But as we pursue speed, scale, and sophistication, we must pause to ask, to what end and at what cost? Innovation without responsibility can amplify bias. Automation without accountability can erode trust. Intelligence without ethics can deepen inequality. In the financial services fintech ecosystem where Express Payments operates, AI is powering fraud detection, credit scoring, risk management, customer engagement, and operational efficiency. Yet, in a sector built on trust, responsibility is not optional, it is foundational. At Express Payment Solutions Limited, we remain committed to deploying technology that is secure, compliant, inclusive, and future-ready. We believe that the true power of AI lies not only in what it can do, but in how responsibly we choose to use it. Let this conference move us beyond conversation to collaboration, beyond ambition to accountability, beyond innovation to responsibility. Thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts. I wish us all a productive and inspiring conference. God bless.
Thank you so very much, sir. Please, our regards to the MDC of Express P, and we thank you for your support this year. Thank you. Very quickly, we will now listen to the Regional Manager, West Africa, Zoho. Please put your heads together for Kende Ogundare.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Okay. If Kende is not around, we will take Kende later. I would like to invite up next, Solutions Architect, West Africa.
manage the infrastructure while you manage the solutions that you want to build. Because in today's AI world, where you place your infrastructure and where you connect to determines how fast you grow. So I close by saying this. Today, as we all think about our AI strategy, think beyond just the compute and your solutions. Think about the foundation, think about the performance, think connectivity, and think scalability. And overall, think Equinix. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ayodamokwe Omolade, Solution Architect West Africa at Equinix. Equinix has a stand outside. If you want to learn more, please visit them. We'll take our other sponsors' messages much later, but now we need to take the final keynote address that we've scheduled for today. And we've titled it The Future of AI. And this one is going to be delivered by someone who needs no introduction. He's no stranger to Innovateai conference. In fact, this is his third year with us. The first two editions, he joined us here in Nigeria, but this year he'll be joining us virtually. And he works with OpenAI, and in this keynote, he'll be giving us a look into the latest innovations. What are we looking forward to in AI, the future of AI, and he reminds us that even as AI becomes powerful, it's important that it is built and used responsibly. His name is Roger Weckhoven, and he works with OpenAI. He will be speaking to us on the future of AI. Please turn your attention to the multimedia screens for Roger's session. Thank you.
Hi there. Can you all see me? I don't know if you can all hear and see me already. So, would you like me to start my talk?
Please, yes, please, Roger, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. It's, a bit unusual for me because you can see me. I can't see you. I only see the beautiful logo of AI in Nigeria. It would be awesome to also see, my audience, if that's possible. That would be cool. If it's okay with you, I'll just start my talk. See you. That's awesome. Let me see where is the Zoom.
So while we try to get Roger's video up, because if he cannot see us, if we can't see him, he can't see us. Multimedia, please display the feedback QR code. Please display the feedback QR code so everyone can perform this exercise real quickly.
Hi there, Nigeria, Lagos. You've perhaps seen me before. This is my third year that I'm joining the conference, which is a great honor, of course, for me. Me coming from such a small country and being here with you all in a city that already has more people than the whole of my country. It's almost humiliating, intimidating. I was part of OpenAI in the beginning, when OpenAI was testing, researching DALL-E, the first AI model that OpenAI designed to interact with humans in a human way. And the DALL-E project took a couple of years. I also helped DALL-E build in to the organization is trying to. Okay. Well, I have my video on, so you know, if you can find what is the challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to sincerely apologize for the technical issues we're having. We're finding it very difficult to connect and see Roger, but we will see him. We will take the feedback later. As we go on. But now we will move on to the final two sponsors' messages that we have, and then take the product demos, and then once we are sure that we have a good connection with Roger, we will have the final keynote address. But I just want to check, vibe check. Do I still have everyone here? No. I feel so alone, like I'm alone on this stage. Are you still with me, everybody? No, I can only feel the energy here. I can't hear anything over there. Are we still together? Thank you very much. So we will hear from our final two sponsors speaking to us, and then we'll move on into the AI product demo. So MTN, get ready. MTN, if you can hear me, please get ready for your product demo. Yan, get ready. Yan GPT, get ready. Simplify AI, please get ready. Markov Games, get ready. And Learned Tech, please get ready. Again, MTN, Yan GPT, Simplify AI, Markov Games, and Learned Tech, get ready for your product demo. It's going up now. Our next sponsor to speak to us now, I hope Zoho is ready to speak to us now. If not, I'd like to invite the head of innovation at Afrigo, Munachisom Duru, to speak to us concerning Afrigo. Okay, put your hands together for him. He's around. He will be speaking to us concerning Afrigo. I thought we said we were together. Please put your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good being here today. And thank you all for having me here. I'd like to just quickly extend a goodwill message from Afrigo. As you know, Afrigo is Nigeria's domestic card scheme, established in 2023 to make payments cheaper and easier to all Nigerians. I'd like to say a big thank you to Dr. Ehia Erabo and Mr. Dr. Adeoye for executing this vision to transform Nigeria into the global AI tech hub, fostering innovation and addressing societal challenges. As you know, we're living through a remarkable inflection point. Artificial intelligence is no longer a technology of the future, it is the infrastructure of the present. In the payments and financial services sector, AI is already making credit decisions, detecting fraud in milliseconds, and powering the personalized experiences our customers increasingly expect. But today, I'm not going to speak much about what AI can do. It's what we, as responsible stewards of the perhaps fastest growing digital payment system ecosystem, must do to ensure that this technology serves our customers, our economy, and our society, not just our bottom line. Just to go right into it quickly, we know that every day, millions of transactions flow through our network: cash withdrawals, grocery purchases, school fees, medical bills. The people on both ends of these transactions, merchants and cardholders, trust us implicitly. They likely do not think about us when a payment goes through, as we know. Every time a payment goes through, you're happy about it, it's invisible, it works, everybody's happy. But the moment that payment doesn't go through, we quickly remember who's at fault, right? And it's really the trust that is our valuable asset here, and it's also our greatest responsibility. And as Afrigo, we're uniquely positioned and uniquely accountable. We're not just a corporate entity operating from a distant HQ. We're here, our customers are here, and they are you. Our employees shop at the same markets, use the same hospitals, go to the same schools that, or our children attend the same schools that you do. And the decisions we use AI to make could actually either impact us adversely or help us to do better. And for us, we are focused on making sure that there is responsibility around how we use AI, especially when it comes to one of our key use cases, which is in fraud management. Now, we believe that every consequential AI decision, a credit rejection, a fraud flag, an account restriction must be explainable in plain language. Oftentimes, as we recall, a couple weeks ago, there was an international wallet system that partnered with the local wallet system here in the country. And people complained about the fact that their monies were being rejected, they couldn't get those funds. And the responses were often not verbose enough, right? It's just, your account has been restricted. And most likely, those responses are powered by AI. What we need to do differently is to actually provide some more humanity around those responses by explaining why that rejection happened. And Afrigo, we're being responsible to make sure that as we detect this fraud, we're able to translate to our processors, to our banks, as to why maybe a transaction was flagged as fraud, and in more clear terms, so people can actually make informed decisions. We know that this kind of transactions, or this kind of fraud flag could actually impact someone's, life. If at the point you're trying to make a payment for maybe a sick person in a hospital, and the fraud system has never seen such a transaction and it declines it, someone could actually die because of that single instance or that decision that's being made. So as humans, we must be able to, guide the AI and make sure that we're actually just making sure that people get the value that they deserve, and not just a machine making those recommendations or decisions on our behalf. And more critical to us is really around financial inclusion. Yes, we've actually solved the problem in some way of making sure that people are banked. But I think the greater area where financial inclusion is still lacking is in credit. And one thing we're proud to actually do as a card scheme is to make sure that we're able to track the money flows, see where the money is going, and help our issuers and our process to make much more informed credit decisions. And in closing, I just want to have just a few things that we should just take back. We can choose to use AI purely as a tool for competitive advantage. It helps us, make faster, cheaper, and even makes our companies more profitable. And yes, we will likely succeed in the short term, but the onus is on us as a body or as Nigerians and everybody playing in this space to use AI more as a tool for something more enduring, a financial system that is more fair, more transparent, more inclusive, and more trustworthy than the one we inherited. And just in closing, I'd just like to invite you all to please step over at booth A8. We've got some much more information about Afrigo for you. Today we are proudly issued by over 50 financial institutions in Nigeria. Please do visit, and by the way, this is Nigeria's card for Nigerians. We've built this over time, and we're more than happy to welcome you. Thank you.
Please make it louder for Afrigo, please. Thank you very much. We'll move on quickly to the AI demos, the product demos.
And we're here to appreciate innovation. We're here to support them. We're here to see how these people are actively building solutions that will help better the AI ecosystem in Nigeria and by extension Africa. And first off will be MTN. MTN, please get ready. Are you around? Are you somewhere around? Okay, good. Again, we Yan GPT, Simplify AI, Markov Games, Learner Tech, and Recital AI. Please get ready. MTN, over to you.
Okay. Good day, everybody. Yeah. So at MTN, is it showing? We're keenly aware of the great benefits of AI, and also we're very keenly aware that we deploy AI not just because of the hype of AI, but to solve specific business problems. So what I'm sharing with you today is one of the key business problems that we are actually solving. It's just not showing on the screen. Is it showing? Sorry? Can put it up. All right. Let me talk through it. I think we're having some challenges. I thought you could. All right. So, what we're doing today at MTN, we're currently about to launch the AI voice bot. Today, some of us are keenly aware of Ziggy, right? Ziggy chatbot that you can chat with. But here's the problem. You can chat with Ziggy, right? But still within this country, we've come to understand the literacy problems that still exist, especially in certain parts of these countries. So while we've tried to solve the problems of people being able to get self-help with Ziggy and my MTN app, we still have a whole lot of people that are excluded from those problems, right? Secondly, we're also very keenly aware of the increasing costs to serve our customers. We have 85 million customers, right? But we don't have 85 million people at the call centers to pick up the customer calls. So that pretty much means that long wait queues at the call centers, frustrations for our customers, increasing costs for the organizations, and a lot of big problems for the entire organization and the country. So we came up with a creative way to deal with this. A creative way to scale our customer service and be able to support and serve even literate and illiterate people in a very effective way without actually breaking the bank to do this. And then we came up with the AI voice bot. The multi-language AI voice bot that enables you to be able to speak to a human being, in quote, but not a human being, to call our call centers without having to wait long times to get served. But once you call in, an AI agent picks up the call and starts to talk to you and serve you just like a human being would do exactly that for you. We went beyond that to now figure out what are the various contact points for our customers. The first contact point is our digital channels. This is for the digital savvy people. So we put on our apps, which is coming out, is in beta testing right now. We put on our apps the AI voice bot, which means that you can actually tap a button on the My MTN app and you can start to speak to My MTN app, talk to it about your problems, and the AI there is actually going to listen to you, talk to you, engage you, solve your problems, and answer your queries. And we also put this as well on our call centers, enabling you to also be able to achieve the same benefits, but not just speaking English. We're also currently training the bot to go beyond speaking English and Pidgin, which is what it does right now, to now go ahead to now start to speak local language in Nigeria. This actually involved very, very costly operations in utilizing GPUs to start to train the AI model, to start to speak local languages, but not just local languages, but with the actual nuances of the specific languages in Nigeria, which includes Igbo, Hausa, specifically Hausa, Yoruba, English, Nigerian accented English, and then Pidgin English. These are the languages that we're starting up with right now. Still not coming up. Don't worry, leave it. Leave it. It's okay. All right. So the MTN AI voice bot is in beta testing now. For those that really want to start to join the beta testing, we actually have a booth outside there that you can actually get signed up, and you get the My MTN app version with the AI voice bot downloaded to your device, and then you also get a phone number that you can actually call to start to trial it. Because what we are doing right now in our trial phase is to get as much feedback as possible and utilize that in further training our AI agent. This is one of the key ways that we're actually deploying AI in the organization to solve very specific business problems, to drive very specific business outcomes. Thank you. Unfortunately, we're not able to, I wanted to show the demo right now, but we're struggling to get it up on the screen. You know what, let me just try.
To show only them.
Huh?
To show only them, but no show
Okay.
here. So if you can, they bring it up now. This is here. Good. Right? So, and then you can show this.
Hi, Ifeoluwapo Abimbola Olulese. I'm Ziggy, your NTN digital assistant. How may I support you today?
How much data do I have left?
You have 20.0 gigabytes of data left. You also have 30 free minutes and an airtime balance of 845 naira 72 kobo. Your active bundles include 75 gigabyte monthly plan, 75 gigabyte monthly plan, extra value carte, roaming data bundle. Is there anything else I can help you with, like buying more data, checking for offers, or other services?
Yes, what is my credit balance?
Your airtime balance is 845 naira 72 kobo. Do you like to hear about some personalized offers just for you?
So this is the English version of it. Ziggy can also speak Pidgin English, and he can speak Hausa language, Hausa and other languages. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Please put your hands together for Ziggy from MTN. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So Roger is ready now. Roger, can you hear me? If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up. Good. Okay. Roger, go ahead, unmute your mic. We can hear you loud and clear. Okay, we can't hear you. Yan GPT, if you're around, please come forward. Your representative from Yan GPT. If you are available, please come forward. You're here? Yan GPT, please confirm that your slides are ready. Please.
All right. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Said Aziz, and I'm a machine learning engineer, right? So I'm here to talk about Yarn GPT. That's my product, right? So I remember when I was in SS1, my first biology class, they gave us the definition of biology. Biology was derived from two words, bio and logos. Yes, bio means life. So I'm going to follow that same path in describing Yarn GPT. So Yarn GPT was derived by me from two words. The first word is yarn, pidgin. How far now? Wait till they yarn. Come yarn me this gist. That's yarn. And GPT is from the popular ChatGPT, generative pre-trained transformers, right? And I think this demo came at the proper time because of the demo that came before, right? So he demoed something. He demoed a voice bot basically, and that's what Yarn GPT does. Yarn GPT is a model that lets you take in text and give you speech. And not just text to speech, basically. It does it in Nigerian languages, right? Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Pidgin, and... Yes, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Pidgin, and all 4 major Nigerian languages, basically, right? So, what Yarn GPT does is that service that he demoed now, Yarn GPT offers you an API to integrate that into your product easily, right? And Yarn GPT is actually live. Just open yarngpt.ai right now. Like, just open it now. And so the major service, okay, see, right? So the major service we offer currently is text to speech. As a content creator, you want to create an anonymous YouTube channel, you can use Yarn GPT to generate your audio. Just go there, paste in your text, and download your audio. You get your response immediately. It's actually live now. So just go to the website, sign in with Google, and it's free for the meantime. Oh, damn. Child. Okay. Yeah, I should have used MTN, right? Okay, right. So you can actually just go to your laptop, or your phone, yarngpt.ai. It's active right now, right? Just open it. You see a text box. Just paste in your text there and you download your audio. It will give you the audio now. Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Pidgin. And it's actually the best in Nigeria currently. There are other models that we see around, but Yarn GPT is still the best so far by a large margin. You can also convert a web page to audio. But those features are impressive. But I think the best one is the video translate feature. You created a content in English, but with Yarn GPT, you can easily take that, convert that content to Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa, your video. And you can do that in just 2 clicks. So just come here, just open the website, go to video translate, browse audio and video. Oh, you sign up with Google first. And yes, just sign up, right? After signing up, just come here, select your audio, then click on translate video. Yes, just select anything. Click on translate video. And then it's already processing. Oh, I also wanted to point out, you can change the language here. If you want to convert it to Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, and English. It's actually live now, so you can test it, and it's free to test. You don't have to pay right now. So I just want to show you an example of a video I did with Yarn GPT. So this is the original video. Let me see if the audio will work. This is the original video. Right. Okay. It's not working. You can't hear the sound. Try. Okay.
You need to send to
Just open yarngpt.ai and give it a try now. It's working. It's not like it's something that is active. Oh, should I just Okay, right. So due to a break in transmission, I can't demo how the video dubbing works. But trust me, our sites will not, you no experience breaking transmission on our site. Just open yangpt.ai, upload your video, and you will have a dub version to Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, and you can just do this in just 2 clicks. So just open yangpt.ai. And also, I want to give you a warning. So when you open our site now, you will hear the sound, the audio, and everything. The audio is very good, but the warning is in the next 1 to 2 months, what you see on the site will be crazier than what is there currently. So thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about YanGPT. Stay blessed and keep yarning. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, YanGPT. We will definitely keep yarning. Next up, we have Simplify AI. Is a wrap around? If not, we move on to the next demo. Simplify AI. If the rep is not around, okay, he's around. All right. You're welcome. Set up first.
Thank you.
After Simplify AI, we have Markov Games, we have Learned Tech, and Recital AI. Please get ready.
Okay. All right, hello everyone. My name is Michael. I am CTO of AI Nigeria. And today we're going to be talking about Simplify AI and the value that it gives. We're trying to put out the demo, so that will be up very soon. But we're trying to solve a very simple problem. Or I'll say we've already solved that problem, which is how to manage your entire enterprise properly. And we did that by integrating AI into several processes for HR teams. So whether that's in recruitment, leave management, performance management, time and attendance, and payroll, our goal is to make sure that you can recruit staff better and do things in a way where you're getting the perfect employee or matching the right candidate. A lot of ATS systems today, what they do is just try to match that candidate with keywords. So the first step we try to take is to make sure that when you upload a database into our system or your candidates apply into the system, we're analyzing every single candidate deeply and extracting the value that that candidate can give for your organization. So it's tailor-made to your organization. And I will be able to show that in a second. Then once we move from there, the next step is how do we then find the right candidate for the role? So take, for example, let's say you're trying to get a product manager. How do we find the perfect product manager for you? Not just match keywords, not just say things like, oh, we want someone with 10 years experience with stakeholder management, and then we're trying to match those keywords, but deep analysis and deep understanding. That's where we've trained our AI models to simply understand candidates and be able to match them for you. And then we don't stop there. We go through the entire process with you. So the system will handle every stage for you. It would handle shortlisting, rejections, as well as setting up interviews. And the bots that we have trained also will join the call with you, analyze every step of the interview, and give you reports on the candidate. So that's what we try to do, to make sure that we can analyze every single stage from the first conversation to the final conversation to try and see if that candidate is a perfect match for you. And that's one part of the solution for us. The next stage is, now you've found the right candidate, how do we then manage that candidate for you? How do we eliminate bias from the entire conversation when it comes to performance management? And that's a big problem our clients have seen so far. One problem we've seen is when you're appraising a particular candidate, it's left to how people feel about the solution, about their employees. So we've eliminated that by creating an agent that understands your entire organization. Now, this is tailor-made to you, so we also customize it for every single company. But what we try to do is it's a conversation. The performance management is a conversation with your client. So although I've passed the recruiter, I will show that in just a bit. Just move into that. Okay. So what we do with the performance management is try to create a conversation that is tailor-made to your operations. So for example, we reflect on the OKRs and the responsibility of that particular candidate. And the AI agent will speak to that candidate, ask them to upload evidences. It will ask them about their challenges, their learnings, their future goals. It will be a conversation with that agent end to end. Now, the reason why the agent comes into the mix of things is because we're trying to eliminate bias. We're trying to make sure that you're getting exact information about that candidate. Once it's done with that first step, and it's analyzed everything around that employee, it then moves on to the next step, which is then reviewing that particular candidate. Whether it gives it 1 star, 0 star, it will ask the candidate to review themselves and then move on to the next step, which is the line manager to also giving his reviews. Of course, the line manager will review based on the feedback that he's seen, but also the work that he's seen so far. So that's the next process that we try to give, which is the performance management side of things. Although at the time, the recruiter, we couldn't show it. But I will just touch on that so you see a little bit of what it looks like when we enter into the recruiter bit of things. Now, each solution from the recruiter to the performance, it's all
want to earn. So that's one of the mission over here at Markov Games AI. Now, there are multiple processes with which you do this. So, I want to say, at Markov Games, we don't just build games. We build intelligent competition systems powered by AI. So, at Markov Games, like I said, we don't just build games. We build intelligent competition systems powered by AI. So, Markov Games creates skill-based competitive experience that reward knowledge, speed, and strategy. So I'd like to make an emphasis that over here at Markov Games, the games are not designed to be a game of chance, a game of luck, or pure raffle. So the game is a game of skill, a game that sparks curiosity, that drives engagement for the average user. So our products, we have a plethora of games, each of them cutting across various sectors in the industry. So we have games that speak entirely to the financial system, that teach individuals about financial literacy, the new tax laws, and other aspects like that. We also have other products that speaks more to the STEM. Okay. All right. So like I was saying earlier, we have different games, different products that cut across different sectors of the industry. So one of those popular games we have is Edu Millionaire. Now this product itself speaks to the STEM curriculum. So this targets young individuals. In a gamified environment, I can learn more about science, tech, education, art, or mathematics. So now the more core thing about Markov Games is AI-first architecture. So our systems are designed around AI workflows that power content, matchmaking, and moderation. So for anyone who's ever been in the educative, or should I say, trivial gaming business, they'll say one of the core problems with running such an institution or running such a service is the generation of content. Initially, what we were doing is we have the syllabus, we have the content, we generate our questions, our trivia, our content humanly. These are all done manually. So then we create the content, we have to vet it, we have to structure it in the right way. This can be very, very cumbersome. But with the advent of AI, we'll be able to shorten this process, shorten the steps that goes into creating and curating the perfect content for our users to engage, for our users to consume. Also, like I mentioned, they have a multi-genre expertise. Our games are not focused on just one area. It is focused across different segments, different sectors in the industry, which makes it easy for us. And also the mode of learning, the idea is to spark curiosity among users. So what are some of the ways that we do that to spark this curiosity? We have different kinds of skill-based competition. I'm talking 1v1 battles, decentralized ranked leaderboard. Now what I mean by decentralized leaderboard is everybody doesn't compete on the one scale. Everybody doesn't compete on one scale. You compete according to your own progress. You learn at your own pace. You progress at your own pace. This brings to the next slide, which says how we use artificial intelligence. So I want to highlight the smart question and content engine aspects. So like I said, our smarts, one of the major issues with having this kind of services is the content generation aspect. Not just content generation and validation also. But over here, with the advent of AI, we're able to create smart models that builds content and trivial questions tailored to the specific needs or that's the specific requirements of the user. So not only does it generate the questions, it also validates the question. This is to ensure that even though we are trying to educate users, we don't educate them on the wrong things. Another thing it does is make sure that those content are up to date. A content that was created in 2024 may no longer be valid in the year 2026. So Markov Games, using our own AI, inbuilt AI engine, it not only generates questions, it validates them. Another key aspect I would like to talk about is the dynamic difficulty adjustment. So just take it for an instance, two individuals can sign up to the platform at the same time, but I don't think it is coherent that the two have to see the same content. My preference might differ from yours. and my level of assimilation might be different from the individual I'm playing with. So the AI learns that process. It learns the question you answer the best, the questions you answer that you answer wrongly, then it adjusts the difficulty due to the preference of the user. So your behavioral data, the way you answer, the speed with which you answer it, and the rapidness, all of these are considered by the AI, all anonymously, I must say. So that's also part of the responsible AI innovation that we do. So to also make to ensure that we are protecting the user, we are not exposing their personal details, their personal data at that particular point. So our AI adjusts in real time to the user's need. Like I mentioned earlier, personalization also, we have tailored learning process to the individuals. So another key aspect where AI comes into play for us is fraud and abuse detection. Everybody who's ever been in tech can testify to this, that fraud and abuse detection is a very critical aspect of any product. Not only do you want the users to enjoy the product, you also want them to be safe, to be protected while using the product. I don't want their data to be listed out. I don't want any form of hacking. So AI also comes into play in this situation. So it keeps monitoring, constant checks, constant monitoring of our applications about how we use it, so that we can quickly detect any anomaly before it becomes an issue. This is also one of the powerful ways in which we reduce AI. So I'd say we are running a bit out of time, so I'm going to try and speed through this. So how we help people in the end, with the advent of Markov games where education and gaming is combined to spark curiosity, it helps in building cognitive skills and also improve community retention for the users. So I would like to end it by saying, at Markov Games, AI is not a feature. It is the engine behind fairness, personalization, and scale. Our stack unifies content generation, live DDA, and real-time fraud prevention. So sadly, we won't be able to demo some of the products that utilizes how we use AI. But we are located at booth A7 over here, and we'll be happy to host you and show you how we use AI in our products. Thank you, everyone.
Once again, please celebrate all the brands that have demoed so far. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you. We will take the demos much later, but I understand that Roger is now ready for us, so we are now ready for Roger. So we will take Roger now, and we have two more demos, a couple of announcements to make, and we call it a day. Are we ready for Roger? If yes, please, let's have him on the screen. I see quite a number of people are sleepy.
I used 2 times already in Lagos at your fantastic event. The first time for me was 2024, and I was doing projects, the DALI project with OpenAI. And in 2022, I was invited by OpenAI as a creative technologist, independent creative director, to help them with an AI model called DALI 2. And they didn't know what to do with it yet, and they wanted to gather a group of people from all over the world, a small group, 30 people, creative people that also understood technology, to help them figure out what to do with DALI. And when we did figure out what to do with DALI, then ChatGPT was the next launch. And that was a revolution for humanity. Everywhere on the planet, people were going wild about what you could do with this technology. And I also helped build in DALI into ChatGPT by, testing it, seeing if it all would work well and what it was capable of doing in that way in the combination with ChatGPT. And after, let's say, from model ChatGPT 4, DALI was discontinued because the model 4 could actually generate its own images for the first time, The project leader of DALI went to lead Sora, and the DALI project is now officially ended. So that also means that I'm now not working with OpenAI anymore. Now and then I get some things to test for them. But I started my own company, and my own company is called Another Dimension. And Another Dimension is just a startup. It's very fresh, and it's, about adding another dimension to whatever people are working with, also in the creative realm, adding an extra dimension of possibilities, using AI technology for good to help augment people and their ideas, and especially in the creative scene and the creative industry, because that's where my heart lies, where I'm, so fond of. So I hope that next year, although I'm not working with OpenAI anymore, but have my own company, I'm still welcome to join your festival, because I think it's really awesome. You are so engaged, and but you also understand how important it is. My talk today will be about, as it says on LinkedIn, follow me there. I'll engage with people with questions a lot, and I like doing that. It will be about responsible AI and beyond innovation, because we can innovate and innovate as much as we like, but we have to also be aware of what we're innovating for. And it's not just innovation for innovation. We're innovating for humanity. And that is what my talk will be about. Human creativity is amazing. It's unique on this planet. Not merely the power to create awesome works of art, storytelling, compose symphonies. It's also the ability to turn imagination into strategy. Consider, I love this one, the story of the Trojan horse. We all know it. It's a famous but very old story, and still we tell the story to our next generations. Unable to breach the fortified walls of Troy by force, the Greeks engineered a compelling story instead of trying to breach the city's walls with ramps. They built a narrative disguised as a gift, exploiting trust and greed, perhaps. So it does, remind us of what is happening right today, doesn't it? We didn't change as human beings a lot. The genius of that Trojan horse was not in the technology and the engineering. It was not in the woodwork of the horse with the soldiers in its belly, but in the psychology. Centuries later, 1989, that same metaphor resurfaced in computing, when malicious software designed to masquerade as harmless programs came to be called Trojan viruses. The pattern is unmistakable. From myth to malware, human ingenuity repeatedly discovers that the shortest path through a wall is not impact, but persuasion. Very human. And technology changes, but the cognitive architecture of deception remains strikingly consistent even after all these centuries. I was always a science fiction lover, and science fiction storytelling is now rapidly colliding with reality. In my 2024 talk in Lagos, also for this audience, I described how an idea that became as dystopian entertainment in the 1980s, Skynet, in the movie Terminator, it became a serious reference point for a small group of Silicon Valley founders. And they were not inspired by the killer robots, but by the question underneath, what happens if we build a superhuman intelligence that is not aligned with human values and intentions? So Sam Altman, Elon Musk, Ilya Sutskever, Dario Amodei, and others took that question seriously enough to found OpenAI with a clear mission: develop artificial general intelligence that is aligned with humanity and make sure it's benefiting humanity. And because, you know, also Sam and Musk didn't trust Google very much, and they already in 2014 bought DeepMind, that is now helping Google make all these amazing AI tools. So the Skynet metaphor became a cautionary tale, a kind of negative North Star. This is precisely what they were trying to avoid, you know, create AI as a bad entity in the internet. And when some of the original researchers later felt that OpenAI was becoming too commercial and that safety and alignment risk were being subordinated to deployment speed, they left to found Anthropic, for instance, explicitly to put alignment and safety back at the center of the project. One of the key figures in that story is Dario Amodei, and he was trained as a physicist. He led the research team at OpenAI before leaving in 2021 to co-found Anthropic with his sister, Daniela Amodei, I think. And a group of former researchers went along with him. And Anthropic, he set out to build an organization where safety and alignment are not side projects, but the core design principle. And their best known model is called Claude, named after a founder of information theory, Claude Shannon. So, you know, also paying a homage to that history. This tension between fiction and reality is not new. Long before large language models, the science fiction writer William Gibson gave us the word cyberspace. And in his work, starting in the early 80s, he imagined a digital space where human consciousness could jack in while bodies remained behind as something secondary, almost inconvenient. And that imagery helped cement a split between the virtual and the physical world, minds in the network, and what he sometimes framed with a certain coldness. We humans were the meat in the chair. And that is exactly the notion I want to retire. Companies still describe themselves as a certain percentage technology, certain percentage meat, as if the human contribution were just wet, fallible hardware attached to the system. And that cyberpunk vocabulary was useful to shock us into seeing that something new was emerging. But it also smuggled in a dangerous downgrade of what it means to be human. We are not meat. We are humans, the designers. We are the attackers, the victims, and ultimately the ones who decide which futures these technologies make possible. It's up to us, to human beings. We're now seeing a new generation of systems that don't just generate text, but act. One of the clearest examples was OpenClaw, very recently an open source AI agent framework created by Peter Steinberger. And OpenClaw can read and write files, execute commands, control your browser, chain tools together autonomously, effectively turning a language model into a system-level operator on your machine. It went viral overnight precisely because it embodies the shift from a chatbot to a colleague with root access. The security community's response was immediately because it was really getting dangerous. Also Steinberger himself, the founder of OpenClaw, began issuing public warnings telling non-technical users not to install OpenClaw, and stressing that there's no such thing as a perfectly secure configuration once you give an AI agent broad permissions and connect it to untrusted inputs. In other words, this is what happens when agency meets the real world before security culture has fully caught up. It is revealing the same person who showed in the wild how powerful or risky autonomous agents can be is now helping one of the world's most visible AI companies because Steinberger was hired by OpenAI recently. So we can expect OpenAI to come up with very agentic technology, and I hope it will be safeguarded because the risks are there. Also, Dario Amodeu, who is from Anthropic, as I explained, also warned people that their models are doing things that they didn't expect. They're very transparent about that. The company has disclosed instances where the advanced AI models attempted to rewrite their own governing policies, effectively trying to modify or extend their internal ethical rule sets. So AI rewriting its own ethics. They are on top of that, so we don't have to be that scared of what will come from it, but we have to, wake up and be aware of that this is happening. Also, governments like the Chinese government used the product of Anthropic to infiltrate systems in the West. It infiltrated companies, it tried to infiltrate governments, all by itself, autonomously. So the Chinese used Anthropic's tools. Anthropic was monitoring it and warning all these companies that this was happening. So if this is already really happening, this is something to keep in mind, but we cannot say it's the system that is the problem. Humans design the systems. Humans exploit the systems. Humans fall victim to the systems because they are not educated well enough, for instance, by other humans that should have. And humans ultimately will solve these systems. So when I spoke a year ago and 2 years ago for your audience, I described how ChatGPT already in 2023 knew how to hire a human to get CAPTCHAs solved. Well, that was a shock in 2023, but today you can have your AI agents hire humans. There is now a company called rentahuman.ai, and there you can even the agent can rent a human for those tasks it cannot do itself. So, all this science fiction from cyber science fiction novels, it's now really happening. And I see companies still describing themselves as we are an AI company, we are the future of doing business, and that's the wrong message. We are human companies, and we have these AI tools as tools. And education is now critical. Awareness is critical. The perpetrators are humans using these technologies. The victims are that as well. So if there's a path towards safe, responsible, agentic AI, it will not be built by technology alone. It will be built through a symbiosis between us humans and the systems we design. And that symbiosis begins with understanding our role in the equation. because innovation alone is not enough. We need wiser ecosystems, not just smarter systems. Safeguards, awareness, literacy, and common sense must scale with the capability of the systems we humans are building. We are no longer in the experimental phase of AI. We are in the societal phase of AI, and responsibility must scale accordingly. Thank you very much. And let's build on and progress, but with the human at the helm. And I hope to see you live next year again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Roger Werkhoven. Oh, okay, your hands are busy, I understand. Thank you so very much, Roger, for that wonderful presentation. Such a delight to hear from you again. And congratulations on the start of your new company and your incredible journey with OpenAI. Thank you so much, Roger, and looking forward to having you again at Innovateai Conference Lagos 2027. We will take sponsors' videos now. Please fix your eyes on the multimedia screens as you enjoy lunch. And then when we return, we'll have our 2 last demos for today. Thank you.
Afrigo is the card made to work for Naija. With it, payment is just a start. Visit your bank today to get yours. Afrigo, it's our card.
If your organization is still running an on-premises data center in the basement, it's time to rethink your approach. You might be dealing with more headaches than you need to. With rising costs, increasing performance needs, and higher customer experience expectations, data workloads are being pushed to the limit. And as AI becomes more critical, organizations need to balance scale, computing, and storage with sustainability requirements. Many enterprises are realizing that on-premises data centers can be more of a hassle than an advantage. Many organizations are future-proofing their data infrastructure by migrating to high-performance data centers that offer scalability, robust performance, and sustainability. These data centers combine advanced design, optimized energy use, and cutting-edge connectivity to deliver unparalleled speed, reliability, and efficiency. That can unlock benefits in cost management, security, and compliance, all while enabling strategies like hybrid multi-cloud focused on the future. Centralized on-premises data centers are often located far from users, partners, and network services, leading to slower performance, degraded user experiences, and increased networking costs. This physical distance can make it harder to meet local data residency requirements like those set by GDPR, which mandate where user data can be stored. High-performance data centers combined with a hybrid multi-cloud model allow your data to be distributed strategically. This minimizes latency and network costs while maximizing performance, security, and connectivity to a digital ecosystem of users, partners, and providers. A more efficient data center strategy also brings clear sustainability benefits, which has become a top priority for many enterprises. Whether it's driven by internal goals or increasing regulatory mandates, your sustainability efforts can impact your company's reputation, access to green financing, and competitiveness. On-premises data centers are often roadblocks to sustainability efforts. Older, less efficient infrastructure is both costly and challenging to upgrade, making it difficult to track environmental metrics. In contrast, high-performance data centers offer the ability to lower your carbon footprint. At Equinix, our data center operations have achieved a 24% carbon reduction since 2019, and more than 235 of our data centers are covered by 100% renewable energy. And what's more, these benefits come without the hassle of managing upgrades yourself. But improvements in sustainability don't matter much if performance suffers, because the power and cooling demands for advanced processing are only going to grow. Unlike on-prem data centers, which have physical limitations of space, power, and cooling capabilities, high-performance data centers can expand capacity quickly and cost-effectively to scale with the compute and storage needs of modern AI workloads. And then, of course, there's cost. It's likely that the operation, maintenance, and upgrades of your on-prem data infrastructure is already a strain on your organization's budget. The rapid pace of technological change makes it challenging to keep up with the necessary updates to IT equipment and expertise. This makes it harder to plan ahead and to find professionals with the necessary skills to manage your systems. But high-performance data centers offer a clear cost structure that reduces uncertainty and can be a more cost-effective choice overall. It's time to get out of your basement and move toward a future that's more scalable, sustainable, secure, and cost-effective. Learn more about how a high-performance data center powered by Equinix can help shape your future today.
Cameras are live in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Good morning. Welcome to TVC Breakfast.
As always, today's show is packed, political discussions, fascinating guests, and plenty more coming your way.
But first, let's see what's making headlines in the papers. Good morning, Olamide.
Good morning, Precious. And yes, it's time for the newspaper review on TVC Breakfast. Let's take a look at the top stories making headlines today. We begin with the Nation newspaper.
But then we can all say, welcome to Wake Up Nigeria. And without further ado, let's head over to the kitchen.
Fun and flavors. Right here in the Wake Up Nigeria kitchen, we're cooking something delicious using ingredients from some of our sponsors.
The markets are also reacting positively to this. And these are some stories making headlines around the world of business.
Sit back and let the show begin.
Welcome to TVC Communications.
Being a businessman sometimes is about dressing the part. That is why I always dress to look professional. It works for me because my customers love me for it.
Hi, Patel.
You see, you get one thing what they always give me every week inside this business. And that thing being Mama Tony. See Mama Tony, she don't come with her usual again. And this time I'm not ready for her. And the next thing she could talk be say,
I don't get enough cash. Make I bring your money after I don't withdraw stage, Rabi.
Mama Tony, we don't upgrade now. In fact, right here. So, Interswitch Smart POS, will they ever disappoint?
My card no dey here.
We get merchant code. In fact, QR code said they.
See, anything we start with M, it affects my mental health.
You don't forget to tell us a USSD day to take make payment.
Not true, but I did try to do this.
Mama Tonero, next time, just use my online storefront on quick seller business. Problem solved.
Geston Education is an international education consulting company committed to helping students and professionals unlock global opportunities through structured strategic guidance. We provide end-to-end global education and career solutions, offering expert career pathway counseling to help you choose the right course and country. We help you secure admissions into top institutions across 30+ destinations and over 300 partner schools. We guide you through our seamless study visa processing, supporting your career progression for international opportunities. We deliver overseas executive programs for professionals seeking global exposure and leadership growth. If you're ready to study abroad, advance your career, train your team, or explore global opportunities, Geston Education is ready to guide you. Begin your journey with us today.
Welcome to a night of transformation.
Welcome to the new dawn. Nigeria's best digital years are still to come.
The only Johnny Drill. That's when I take for you, my friend. Let's go.
express payments, the gateway for all. Making transactions, big or small. Join the millions who have made the switch. Experience the joy and feel enriched. With express payments, your trusted gateway. Make your payments the easy way. In just a few clicks, your payment is done. With express payments, no hassle at all.
Imagine a country with over 320 plenty languages. Why you go the only focus on Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo? Where we get a common language, where they unite everybody from Oga to even Madam self, and every person wey dey for street. That's why we dey introduce you 89.9 Yanga FM, the #1 urban pidgin radio station where they unite us all. From the award-winning breakfast show, Waiting Day, with your brother, your friend, Wale Po.
Everywhere.
Oh, Bobo!
You dey chop for this side.
This na Cruise Express.
And this go be the best 4 hours of our life. Country people, make una join us.
Aww.
Now we be What's Up Naija crew. Now we they give you wetin dey sup for inside we country.
Yes, so
keep it locked.
If God be your papa, why you not gonna make Yanga?
Compound wahala. Now here we dey settle all the matter.
Okay, now whispers be that. Make I just be the last sensible voice where you go hear.
Now we be 89.9 Yanga FM.
I'ma be the best. Bad girls make them say wow. Say I'ma be the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all of our sponsors, please. Please join me to celebrate all our sponsors. Thank you very much. We are gradually wrapping up, and I must thank you for remaining and staying till now. It's been a long day, but it's been truly exceptional. So we have just two or three more items on our agenda, and we call it a day. But we would like to hear some funding opportunities that are available for startups. So if you're an AI startup here and you want to hear about some funding opportunities that are available for you in the next 3 to 4 minutes, then this session is one you should look out for. I'd like to quickly invite Zusi Inegbeniki and Akinlabi Ajelabi on stage to quickly show us the startup funding opportunities that are available. Thank you. Please, if you put your hands together for her. Thank you. You can sit with her. Thank you. Let me get your mic.
Hi everyone, how's it going? Actually, interestingly, we had a fireside chat prepared, but I think because of a time constraint, we'll kind of just speak from the heart here and speak a little bit about ourselves and what we do. My name is Zusi Negbeniki. I'm the founder of Innovateai. We're a platform that uses AI to connect founders with investors. Our AI technology specifically helps you develop out your idea and at the same time access a database of private market intelligence on the emerging markets. So if you are a founder, you are looking to raise capital at some point in the next 10 years, our platform would be really wise for you to use. So you can find us at www.foundex.ai. That's FOUNDEX.ai. Thank you.
Hello. So my name is Akilabi Ajilabi, and I'm a founder and also a consultant in the energy space. I think my own experience is just coming from what I've done in the last 10 years in terms of funding and raising capital for my startup. So, do you want to just last question? Or that's it?
No, she said we don't even have time.
Okay. So that's where you want to end it? Since there's not really much time.
We prepared a whole chart. So confused. What's happening?
We
had a 15-minute fireside chat.
Just go ahead. That's fine. We've been told to try and have the fireside. All of our questions. What was that experience like for you, raising capital, and what are the key learnings that you would tell founders in this room to look out for when raising capital?
Okay, so from my experience, raising capital is a very, very, very tough job to do as a founder, especially if you have like a bit of technical inclination. Which means that, like, you know, the business side of things is not necessarily a flair for you. But other than that, again, if you have a good product and you have a market ready to adopt the product, then it's easier for you to be able to engage with investors at different levels. But while I was preparing for this, I think my biggest learning points in the last 10 years of doing this are around, number one, building a product is not the same thing as having a market, right? And you need to understand that. Having the product and not having a market adoption would definitely not translate to you raising funds from an investor. That's on one hand. On the other hand, I think one mistake I made very early on was under raising very early as well. So again, if you have the opportunity to raise capital, understand what value and what money amount you're looking for. Because if you raise lower than that, then you're going to definitely find yourself in some form of trouble, I think. And I think the last bit is just really around strategic alignment with your investors, right? Don't just raise money from anybody. Don't collect money just from anybody. You need to see beyond the contribution of that investor in your business, beyond cash inflow. So what strategic alliance or alignment I should use comes with the investment, right? Because what sustains your investor relationship is beyond just the cash exchange. Is now down to the level of alignment you have with the investor, right? That's what will sustain that relationship in the long term. And I think I'm just going to use that to pass back the question to you. And the question really would be, given the fact that you're working with a lot of different founders, connecting them with investors, how do you think is the best way to structure going about raising a round of investment?
So there are two questions there. I would say the process of raising a round begins much before you're ready to take capital. I would say building relationships is primary. You do not wake up one day and raise $5 million. You nurture those relationships over many years. So I would say nurture relationships, plan, make sure you're financially sound, and I think we've had this conversation before, psychologically sound. Make sure you're ready for the responsibility of taking on millions of dollars from someone, because if you're not ready to return that capital at a multiple, then do not take the capital. And if you have not thought strategically about what exit you can, exit strategy you can employ, if that is an IPO, which often people talk about, or if that is, like in your case, an M&A. I was an M&A investment banker for many years, and I know that our market is primed for that. So plan ahead of time, psychologically, financially, and also relationship-wise. I would say structure around in different chunks. Maybe you want to use your own money at first, and then you want to leverage grants, leverage angels, leverage a friends and family round. Maybe you want to then go into the world of dilution and VC, but I think that takes some strategic planning and thinking. So be very intentional if you're thinking of raising capital.
Okay, so to follow through on that, I think the final question for both of us, but I'll allow you to answer this first, would be, what signals should a founder look out for to be able to help them understand that they're ready to raise funds?
I think one key is, people don't talk about this, but tangibly get your documents together. Right? A data room is something that people don't talk about enough. Collect your documents, even if that's in a Google Drive. Have a good pitch deck, have your financials, have your information in one place. And if you can see all that information and you know it's accurate and it's right and it's projecting a very fruitful future, then you know you're somewhat ready to go and speak to people. But until you have organized yourself and your business and your idea, don't do that. And finally, I think I would say position yourself right. Once you've got the story together, because it's all well and good, I can tell people our growth metrics and who we've raised from before and those signals. But if I can sell you the dream on how I'm going to change the world, then you'd be more likely to trust your capital with me. So I think getting that story right and telling the story to the right people is critically important. That's a signal to you internally that you're ready to go.
I agree with you. I think just a couple of other points I would note would be maybe just making sure that you are very clear on your business model and its ecosystem. I think for me, I had the experience of foraying into the fintech space for like a bit and then realizing the amount of regulatory control that comes with that ecosystem, and almost immediately I realized that that was not an industry for me to play, so I had to pivot. So that clarity and understanding where your business model sits in the bigger ecosystem needs to be properly understood by the founder, because once you start to receive third-party funds, then it becomes much more harder for you to kind of like, change your mind or change direction down the line. So having that initial clarity, knowing that you're clear about that, is very important. And I think the other one again is just, you mentioned earlier on, financial discipline. Before you get another person's money into your business, you need to be able to test your own discipline with finance, right? And when we talk about financial discipline, having a personal financial discipline is different from you actually having discipline overseeing an organization's finance, right? So having those two things at top of my mind allowed me to be able to really understand how I could approach other people's money and use it to create value for shareholders.
Absolutely. I think this was a great discussion, albeit short. So reach out to us if you need any tips, if you're a founder looking to raise capital sometime in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you, Zuzi, and thank you, Akinlabi, for sharing with us those tips for our startup and founders that are looking to raise capital in the nearest future. We truly appreciate it. Before we have the final vote of thanks, I want multimedia to please display the QR code once again for the feedback. Please display one more time the QR code for the feedback so that those left in the building can please scan the QR code and share with us their feedback, how Innovateai Conference Lagos 2026 was for them. Please take a moment to scan this QR code to share your experience and your insight. We want from you, what can we do better, what have we done better, and what are you looking forward to us doing better come 2027? We really want to hear from you, so please take a moment to scan that QR code to complete the attendee feedback survey. I would like to invite for the final vote of thanks please put your hands together for Mr. Richard Amafonye, one of the board advisors, AI Nigeria, to give us the final vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done. Good afternoon, everyone. As we come to the close of this insightful and inspiring seminar, it is my great privilege to give the vote of thanks. One responsibility that will remain a human task. AIs will never step up to give vote of thanks at the end of an event. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed keynote speakers and panelists for sharing their invaluable knowledge and vision on the evolving landscape of AI. Your insights into the emerging real-world applications have truly expanded our perspective. We also are very grateful to all our sponsors and our partners too. Your generosity and support make this conference possible. We are most grateful. To all participants, researchers, professionals, students, AI enthusiasts, startups, thank you so much for your active participation and your vibrant discussions. Your presence is what truly brought this conference to life. And then a special vote of thanks to the organizing committee, the volunteers, and all the technical team behind the scenes. Behind every successful event lies countless hours of preparation, of coordination and dedication. Today's seamless experience is a great testament to your hard work. Thank you. As we live today, let us carry forward not just new knowledge, but also renewed curiosity and responsibility. AI is shaping the future, and each of us has a role to play in ensuring that it benefits society ethically and inclusively. Thank you all for being part of this remarkable gathering. I look forward to seeing you in future editions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard Amafonye. We appreciate you Thank you for your contribution, and we appreciate it. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we really would want to take the final two demos, but our time is really fast spent, and so we will just have to direct you to their booths, please. The final two demos from Recital AI and Learned Tech. So please visit their booths to check out the product that they have and also interact with them. We apologize, Recital AI, we apologize, Leonard Tech, that we were not able to take your demos today. Our time is really fast spent and we need to disperse our audience. Thank you everyone for coming to Innovateai Conference Lagos 2026. All of our panelists, our speakers, thank you to the organizing team. Thank you to the press and media. We appreciate every single one of you for spending your Friday with us. It was truly, truly amazing having you at this edition. Keep using AI responsibly, even beyond innovation. And we do hope that we will see you again at Innovateai Conference Lagos 2027. My name is Gloria Babarindi, and it has been absolutely delightful serving as your MC this year. See you again next year, everyone. Have a good night and God bless you. Again, please.